in 75 basis point of hikes from the BOE over its next two meetings after UK core inflation unexpectedly hit a 30-year high. Gilt yields soar, with 2/10 inverting the most since 2000. China's yuan tumbled past the $7.2 level, with investors wanting more stimulus from Beijing. Markets also cautious ahead of the Fed Chair Jay Powell's semi-annual report to Congress. Plus, the EU announces a security plan to avoid over-reliance on China, potentially leading to some curbs on trade with Beijing. So, Tom, markets definitely not taking that inflation figure in their stride when it comes to UK assets.
No, the movement is pronounced on the gilt markets, of course, with the sell-off at the front end, the crush and the crunch, again, of core inflation and what it means to the BOE. Lizzie Burden's going to break it down for us in terms of how the Bank of England reacts to this. There's the politics as well for the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt. Currently across the benchmark, down 0.2%. Here in the UK, this is the pain trade, down 0.5%, with a particular focus on the home builders, because, wow, the pain is real for mortgage holders and anyone looking to remortgage in an environment now where some traders are betting on 6% in terms of the terminal rate. The DAX just eking out gains of about 0.1% of 8%. Let's have a look at the sectors then, and particularly how things break down and feed in to the action on the FTSE. There is the pressure on the real estate sector, down 1.4% as they evolve or react to this evolving picture on inflation and the expectations of a lot more hikes coming through from the Bank of England. Also lower utilities, down 0.8%. Media also taking a hit of 0.8%. Three sectors that remain in the green. Energy is getting a bit of a lift, up 0.4. Autos and parts as well. You had the sales numbers out in the 7-hour in terms of European auto registrations coming in about 18%, particularly electric vehicles getting a bit of a boost there. Supply chains easing, so a little bit of optimism for the auto sector. Banks also getting 0.3%. Fran.
So UK inflation for May coming in hotter than expected for a fourth month in a row. Core CPI, meanwhile, accelerated 7.1% year-on-year from 6.8%. That, of course, adds pressure on the Bank of England to hike more aggressively when it meets tomorrow. Now, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Jeremy Hunt, says the government will not bow to pressure.
Well, today's figures strengthen the case for the government to stick to its guns. No matter what the pressure from left, right or centre, we won't be pushed off course, because if we're going to help families, if we're going to relieve the pressure on people with mortgages, on businesses, we need to squeeze every last drop of high inflation out of the economy. And if you look at what's happening in other countries, you can see that rises in interest rates do bring down inflation over time. That will happen here.
Now, for more on all of this, we're joined by Lizzie Burden, our UK correspondent. Lizzie, first of all, I mean, they're sticking to their guns, but unclear what he's talking about, right? He did reject the idea that they're going to help mortgage holders because that would be inflationary. But I don't know if there's anything that fiscal policy can do to help now with inflation.
Yeah, I would have my head in my hands if I were the Chancellor or the Prime Minister this morning. 3 of their top 5 priorities are economic: halving inflation, growing the economy, cutting the public debt. Inflation looking like it's going nowhere. Growth, we already knew it was anemic, and now a recession looks more likely because more hikes are needed from the Bank of England. The debt to GDP ratio is now above 100% for the first time since the 1960s. And on top of that, mortgage rates are front page news now in the UK. It is the water cooler chat again. So you talk about what the response is going to be from the government. Jeremy Hunt does not want to go against the Bank of England. Liz Truss learned how that goes. But the pain is real for mortgage borrowers here in the UK. The Resolution Foundation, even before this eye-watering 4th upside surprise from the UK CPI print, had said that mortgage rates on average are going to cost more than £3,000, about £3,000 a year when people come to remortgage next year. So the opposition Labour Party really trying to pin this pain on the government. Yeah, indeed. Although the pushback there would be that they don't have their own plan to fix this mortgage crisis. The pain is real, isn't it, for anyone looking to remortgage? What is the political fallout then for this government? You touched on some of the pressures there as some of their targets are missed. Yeah, really difficult. But when Rishi Sunak's made it his #1 priority to halve inflation by the end of the year, you have to wonder why you would do that when really inflation fighting is the Bank of England's mandate. And now that invites the blame for this not going well. Look, as a result of this, traders are now fully pricing a peak rate of 6% by December. Some of them see 6.25% even. And you mentioned, Francine, the core inflation rate unexpectedly rising. The last time we were at this level, the Bank of England had to respond with interest rates of 15%. And remember, the loan-to-value ratio for mortgage borrowers now is much, much worse.
Okay, gilts, the sell-off there, 15 basis points now at the front end, 510 on the 2-year, 441 on the 10-year. That's a move high of 8 basis points, but it is the sell-off on the 2s and 5s that is most pronounced on the back of that CPI print. Core inflation, 7.1%. Lizzie Burden, our UK correspondent, with the implications for the BOE and the politics. Thank you. Now, Bitcoin, earlier climb to the highest level since early May, boosted by crypto initiatives involving major players from the traditional financial sector. Joining us now is Bloomberg's crypto senior editor, Ana Herrera. Anna, can you explain what has been behind the decision by some of these big financial firms to get involved in crypto, particularly amidst this crackdown from the SEC?
Yes, so obviously I think because of the initiatives that have happened, we can infer that they've been in the works for a while. We had a big launch of a trading platform that's backed by Citadel and Schwab. So I think we can imagine that they have been working on it for quite a while. And what we hear from them is not necessarily that they're only interested in trading Bitcoin and ETH and the other cryptocurrencies that haven't been deemed securities by the SEC, but they actually think about maybe tokenizing traditional assets like bonds and stocks, and then trading them on using the technology behind crypto that is blockchain. So that I guess is a promise for many of them. But there is also interest clearly in the assets that exist today.
So Anna, why are they still interested in the space despite everything that has gone on over the past year?
Yeah, I guess you'd think that they'd run away. Maybe they also see an opportunity to offer better market infrastructure. I think what we saw during the FTX collapse was that the way that the crypto markets were structured doesn't really work well to manage risk. We have exchanges that also handle collateral. They custody your assets, whereas in traditional finance, these functions are separate. So there's an opportunity here for, I guess, infrastructure providers to provide infrastructure for the new asset class and make fees out of it, but also, as I was saying before, to tokenize traditional assets, so to move traditional assets like bonds on chain and then get some of the advantages of that technology.
And I feel like the narrative has shifted. We used to get you on almost on a kind of weekly basis, and the question would be, what are you watching next in terms of the next shoe to drop, the next crypto firm to collapse? Maybe the narrative has changed. So the question is, which companies, which institutional investors are you watching next to kind of get involved in this space? Is there more that could come?
Yes, I think we're paying attention. Most big banks now have blockchain divisions. Some of them don't want to call them crypto, they call them digital assets, and they get very angry if you mix them with crypto, obviously because of the risks associated with that on a regulatory front. But we're kind of watching everyone and speaking to everyone and seeing what they're doing. It has been in the works for quite some time. So what we're interested in is what's actually happening, what is being launched at scale, and where will we see traction and benefits from it, right?
Anna, thanks so much. Ana Herrera there with the very latest on crypto. Coming up, Palantir picks the UK as their European headquarters. So we'll discuss what's next for the data-driven intelligence firms with the company's executive vice president for the UK and Europe. Don't miss that exclusive interview. That's next. And this is Bloomberg. So Fabien, talk to me a little bit about the ocean. It covers 70% of the planet. It gives us food, it gives us jobs, it gives us, of course, oxygen. We're taking too many fish out, we're polluting it, we're making it warmer, and only 3% of it is protected. What frustrates you the most about this?
The basic frustration is our ignorance. Our ignorance about how integral ocean is to not only our well-being, but to our existence. And for far too long, we've been using the ocean as an endless resource in a garbage can. Imagine our planet is a three-dimensional system. The ocean represents 99% of our world's living space, about 3.4 billion cubic kilometers of volume, within which the vast majority of biodiversity lives and thrives. And that's what we're beholden to. That is what makes us possible as a species.
Enjoy the excitement of a night of music at Boston Symphony Hall with BSO Now. Watch brand new Boston Symphony Orchestra performances, behind-the-scenes storytelling, and memorable archival concerts, all from the comfort of home. Use our free 24-hour trial and see why the Boston Globe calls it musically rewarding. And the Berkshire Edge says the orchestra has never played better. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsored by Bank of America.
We haven't seen returns go up, actually. It's been pretty consistent and stable over the years. It's actually, for us, returns, we don't break it out, but it's a very low number for e-commerce standards. But it is a double-digit percentage of sales, let's be clear. And it is an environmental problem as well. So it's not just a customer experience problem and a financial impact, but of course it's an environmental concern. So everything we can do to improve, feeding information, use virtual try-on. So we've developed and actually acquired a virtual try-on company where we're being very successful with things like sneakers and shoes, for example. We're doing virtual try-on across a number of categories, including beauty, for example. But things like virtual try-on, things like using artificial intelligence to figure out what your size is based on past consumer behavior and past purchases and returns, these things are very powerful. And in fact, we've seen that they consistently have an impact on a positive impact on the lower level of returns.
Well, that was the Farfetch founder and chief executive, José Neves, featuring on the latest episode of Leaders with Like What Goes Green. You can catch that on Bloomberg and TV Online from today.
OK, staying in the world of tech then. Data-driven intelligence company Palantir has named the UK as the base for its European headquarters, with particular focus on AI, hailing Britain's pragmatic attitude towards data protection. The US firm makes products for human-driven analysis of real-world data and plays a key role in Ukrainian defence forces as well. And we'll get into that conversation. Let's bring in now, for an exclusive interview, Louis Mosley, Executive Vice President of UK and Europe at Palantir. Louis, thanks for coming into the studio. Let's start then with that decision. Why choose the UK?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for having me. 3 reasons. First, talent. The UK is a world-class destination for AI talent. Brilliant universities, fantastic people coming out of those, but also a magnet for global talent, and I think really only second to the US. Second is this evolving, as you mentioned, approach to AI regulation. I think the direction of travel there is very promising. And third, for us, actually, this is really a natural evolution. It's a well-kept secret, but we've had a very large presence here in the UK for over a decade, nearly 1,000 engineers based here. And we do much of the core research and development for our other software here in the UK.
Louis, there has been quite a lot of pushback, right, for some of the contracts that you've been trying to get for NHS, and doctors being worried that it's a private company managing some of the infrastructure and what you do with the data. What kind of assurances would you give today to people working in services that are worried about how their data is used?
So I think those are very legitimate concerns. Anything that touches patient data in the NHS needs a lot of scrutiny. But I think a lot of the concern around us specifically stems from a misunderstanding about our business model. We are not interested in the economic sense in the NHS's data. We're interested in their business. Unlike other tech companies, we don't monetize data. Our business model is licensing our software to help large, complex organizations to make better use of the data they already lawfully control.
You're in the process of bidding for about a £400 million contract. I know you don't want to get into the details of that bidding process, but can you just give us a sense as to your level of confidence as to whether or not that's going to fall to Palantir? Can you give us a nod as to how you feel about that process?
I'm really sorry, Tom. I can't comment on ongoing procurement processes.
Okay. In terms of the net NHS stuff, and then we'll move on to what's happening in terms of defence. But there is this view, and you hear this from Peter Thiel, of course, one of your co-founders, saying that there's kind of a UK Stockholm syndrome around the NHS. There's been Bloomberg reporting around some emails from you talking about buying your way into the NHS. There's a view amongst some, rightly or wrongly, that Palantir is a bit of a predator. How do you kind of counteract that above and beyond what you've just said around the needs to put in place the right controls and the fact that you're not holding onto this data?
Yeah, I would counter that very firmly.
Okay.
I'm incredibly proud of the work that we have done with the NHS. Our software has enabled them to deliver PPE during the COVID crisis, to deliver the vaccinations to all of us here in the UK. And at the moment, we're helping them reduce waiting lists, which, as you know, is the major challenge that the healthcare system is facing.
Do you worry about AI? I mean, some of your tech is so powerful, and this is something that we've been trying to explore, that actually, if it's in the wrong hands, it could really damage national security.
These are very legitimate concerns, and I'm very glad that the UK is taking a lead on this question. I think it's all about finding that balance between safety and innovation and experimentation. The challenge is finding that balance.
Are you talking to the Prime Minister and his team? Are you having close contact with the government about how to build out those guardrails? To what extent are they consulting you on this?
So I think the very exciting thing about the direction travel that they're taking is this non-statutory, broad cross-sectoral principles, but then the regulation itself happening in the context-specific domain. So if you take, for example, medicines, drug discovery, the application of AI there will be very different to the application of AI in, say, autonomous vehicles. So you want the individual regulatory body in that domain to take the lead.
But how do you know who you're selling it to and what they use it for?
Well, this is where I think it's so important to have that body of law that exists here in the UK, world-class courts, world-class regulators, and they take the lead on what's happening in their specific domain.
Talk to us. You've been really consequential in terms of your partnership with the Ukrainians in that really important defence of their nation. You've been offering the services around on the battlefield, but also imagery in terms of satellite imagery, but also helping things like building out a case for war crimes and targeting the Russians on that front. Are you expanding the scope of your relationship with Ukraine? Are there more services you can offer? And do you need the financial backing of Europe, of NATO, of the US to expand that opportunity?
Well, of course, Tom, that's a very topical question today as the Ukraine Recovery Conference kicks off in London.
Yeah.
The Ukrainian Prime Minister and many figures from across the world are here to discuss precisely that question of how do we start to think about recovery and reconstruction in Ukraine. And, you know, I would just argue that to win a war, you need a strong economy. And so it's very important to help the Ukrainians figure out how they can, at the same time, start to rebuild transport infrastructure, energy infrastructure, those prerequisites to economic recovery.
You expect to have a role to play in that and on that front?
I would hope we will. I would very much hope we will.
Is there a part of an AI tech that you think shouldn't touch an economy or defense or national security? You know, we're still trying to figure out exactly how this changes all of our world, from how we search Google and algorithms and things like that to actually what it means for the national defense.
So I think it's a fast emerging sector, as you said. I mean, the obsolescence of what's being built is almost day by day. And in that context, I think it would be foolish to try and predict where we might be in 2 or 3 years' time.
Are there some technologies that you're developing? I mean, Alex Karp, your CEO, suggested that there's something so powerful that they wouldn't want to release them to certain customers. Are you holding back on some of the products that you've been developing? And will you be, how much of a fence will you put around some of these products when you're focused on some customers? Are some customers going to be denied some of these abilities because you're concerned about how they're going to be used? It's
always been our approach from the inception of Palantir. We've had very clear red lines about who we'll work with and who we won't. So, for example, we have never worked with adversarial nations like China or Russia.
Okay.
And that will continue? I mean, I imagine that continues.
Absolutely.
How difficult is it? And again, how difficult is it to actually track who it sells to? Like, if you sell technology to a friendly nation, but then this goes elsewhere, I mean, can you actually track it?
Yes.
How do you track it?
Well, we track who's using our software, where it's being used. So there's a technological dimension, there's a contractual dimension.
Back to the defence part, NATO has its own venture capital fund it's setting up, so it's going to be investing in some key technologies. Are you working with NATO directly Are you expecting to get further contracts from NATO? And what does the spending in Europe, the ramped up defence spending, mean for your prospects in Europe?
Well, I think we've been in Ukraine, as you know, for the last 18 months, and I think that's opened the eyes, not just of Europe, but the wider world to where there might be gaps in military capability. People have seen what works on the battlefield and what doesn't, and clearly that has opened a great deal of opportunity for us around the world.
I mean, does that mean that policymakers in Berlin and elsewhere kind of tapping you on the shoulder saying, maybe it's about time we worked with you at a deeper level if we're not already? Are you getting that sense?
We are, yes.
Okay, so contracts are going to be coming from Europe as a result of this?
I don't want to make any predictions, but the conversation's alive.
But you'll speak to us first when they do. Thank you, Louis.
Of course. Thank you.
Okay, Louis, thank you very much indeed. Louis Mosley, Palantir's Executive Vice President for UK and Europe, on the regulatory approach, of course, to AI, some of the products and systems being built out, and, of course, what it means as we focus on that defence, of course, and the need to provide continued support for Ukraine. Coming up, the EU is announcing an economic security plan, talking which I'm going to look at what it might include. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
London will stay a financial center. It will stay our EMEA hub. We'll just have a rebalancing onto the continent. And actually, the numbers of who has moved across aren't that big. So it's sort of in the 200 level. And if you think about 15,000 people, that's sort of not that material. And so I do think both will basically continue to grow and continue to be very relevant. What will change, though, and the big thing that's changing, is actually the risk-taking is what's going to move. And so we've historically had risk-taking in the UK. That risk-taking and the assets that go with it, not the people alone, but the assets that go with it, that's the next phase of what we're now moving into. And that will be a material change.
So the EU has announced its economic security strategy, a plan to avoid dependence on countries such as China, measures including increasing oversight of critical technology and possible screening of investments coming into and out of the bloc.
Europe becomes the first major economy to set out a strategy on economic security. It builds on three policy strands. We want to promote, we want to protect, and we want to partner.
So let's get more now from Bloomberg Europe correspondent Maria Tedesco. Maria, what exactly is this plan from the EU?
Yes, Francine, and there's the details, but then there's also the symbolic nature of it. And in some ways, we could be seeing the start of a new trade doctrine for the European Union, which now puts economic protection and economic security at the forefront. And of course, Francine, they have to, because the old playbook, this idea of peace through trade, the more you trade, the better diplomatic relationships that you have with countries has completely been decimated by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So they're now looking for a new compass. And you played it in that video. Yesterday, the head of the commission said this is about protecting, promoting the EU, but also finding the right partners for the EU. And that brings up what is the elephant in the room, but also the key question, what happens with China and how does China fit into all of this? She was asked very explicitly, is this about countering Chinese investment? Is it about countering the influence of China? And she said this is not about anyone in particular or any country, but when you talk to diplomats behind the scenes, they tell you obviously this is a question that does center in many ways around China. And again, we should also note von der Leyen, she was one of the first but most senior politicians to talk about this idea of no decouple, but yes to de-risking from the Chinese economy. And in the most extreme scenario, and you talked about this, it could be about outbound screening, but also a full ban on some technologies, very top-tier technologies that could be used by China, not just, but could be used by China to counter European companies, but also European security. So we could see what is the start of a new trade doctrine for the European Union.
Okay, Maria Tadeo, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, there was a shout out, in fact, from the Secretary of State, wasn't there, Anthony Blinken yesterday, to von der Leyen in terms of the phrasing of that de-risking. I do have this image of Macron on one side and von der Leyen on the others. So we'll keep across this really important evolving story, Maria, today on the grounds for us in Brussels. Thank you. Let's check back in on UK assets then, because, of course, there's a lot of movement in the gilt markets on the back of that, once again, surprise high in terms of inflation, particularly core inflation for the month of May, 7.1%, screaming in above the estimates. The sell-off at the front end, 12 basis point move higher in yields, are back above that 5% level and back above it quite comfortably, 5.07. The 10-year at 4.39. The expectations for the markets then that the BOE could go 50 basis points on Thursday, that you could be looking at a terminal rate of 6%. That is it for the European market open. Surveillance early edition is up next. This is Bloomberg.
Like Soros Fund Management CIO Dawn Fitzpatrick are the exception in finance, not the rule. Morningstar has taken an in-depth look at women in the industry, and the numbers are startling. The firm found that in 2020, women made up 14% of global fund managers. That's largely unchanged from the year 2000. Morningstar also calculated that while the number of women at the top of the corporate ladder has increased, it won't be until 2060 that women will reach parity with men in the C-suite. Studies have shown that increasing the number of women managers leads to better decision-making and moderates overconfidence. European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde insists that male domination of the banking industry made the 2008 collapse of Lehman Brothers more likely. As Lagarde put it, if it had been Lehman Sisters rather than Lehman Brothers, the world might well look a lot different today.
Moment news breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
On the AI question, what we don't really see is Apple doing a knee-jerk response and moving into the domain of generative AI.
Supporters of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan celebrating late into the night, dancing and singing.
We have a fundamental reassessment of everybody's capacity within OPEC. Should we talk about $95 and $100 oil again? Not for a while.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance, Early Edition, with Francine Lacqua.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, and here's what's coming up on today's program. UK yields surge after core inflation unexpectedly hit a 30-year high, raising new bets on higher interest rates. Traders fully price in a peak BOE rate of 6% by December. China's yuan tumbles past $7.2 level, with investors wanting more stimulus from Beijing markets, also cautious ahead of Fed Chair Jay Powell's semi-annual report to Congress. Plus, the EU announces a security plan to avoid over-reliance on China, potentially leading to some curbs on trade with Beijing. Now, there is quite a lot going on in today's market session, so let's start with the markets. A lot of the focus, of course, on S&P futures is what we hear from Jay Powell, the trajectory for inflation. He will be grilled a little bit later today. Traders ramping up bets, of course, of further Bank of England rate hikes. It's tomorrow, and this was after a much hotter than expected inflation print. So we're also looking at sterling 127.35. It's not moving by a huge amount, although we're seeing huge moves when it comes to UK gilts. And so the focus is actually on what that means for interest rates going higher. 6%. I spoke to our John Stepek, who yesterday was really pushing back against this. And he was saying, look, it may not be 6%, but we could have bigger heights than expected. And then, of course, longer term, the focus is what it means for mortgage holders. The contrarian views that And then, of course, longer term, the focus is what it means for mortgage holders. The contrarian view is that the economy in the UK could be bigger or much stronger than expected. So that's a view overall for some of these stocks. I don't know whether we also have other things that we need to look at. I don't know whether we have a map where we go straight to UK inflation coming in hotter than expected for a fourth month, with the core rate rising to its highest level in more than 30 years. That's heaping pressure on the Bank of England, and here's what the Chancellor had to say.
Well, today's figures strengthen the case for the government to stick to its guns. No matter what the pressure from left, right or centre, we won't be pushed off course. Because if we're going to help families, if we're going to relieve the pressure on people with mortgages, on businesses, we need to squeeze every last drop of high inflation out of the economy. And if you look at what's happening in other countries, you can see that rises in interest rates do bring down inflation over time. That will happen here.
Well, joining us now is Gareth Davies. He's Exchequer Secretary to the UK Treasury. Mr. Davies, thank you so much for joining us. You look at the inflation number, and we took a double take because they're so high unexpectedly so. Can the government do anything to bring them down, or is it now all up to the Bank of England?
Well, thank you for having me. I think, as the IMF has said very recently, the UK government, the UK Treasury, is taking decisive action to tackle inflation. That includes working very closely with the Bank of England to make sure that fiscal policy aligns with monetary policy, but also implementing actions such as the energy price guarantee, which the OBR have predicted will take off about 2% of inflation. So we are not complacent.
But it's not working. If you look at the inflation figures, there's something that's not working. So are you not doing enough? Is the Bank of England not doing enough? How do you work in tandem?
Well, I think what today's figures show, as the Chancellor has said this morning, is that we need to stick with the plan. It isn't going to happen overnight, but again, the IMF have shown through their forecast that they expect inflation to come drastically down this year, and it's one of the Prime Minister's key priorities. So I think if we stick with the plan, and that means making sure that we are fiscally prudent, not exacerbating inflation through high spending, and also, as I mentioned, putting in place measures to hold back bills, for example, on energy bills, that will help as well.
But what happens with the plan? I mean, if you look at the plan and every minister that comes here says, look, we're going to have inflation, it's just not possible. If you look at these figures, this is up to the Bank of England. So what are you expecting the Bank of England to do that could make your job easier?
Well, we have an independent Bank of England, and it's up to the MPC. But as I said, what we can do in the Treasury is make sure that fiscal policy is aligned with monetary policy. The two work together, and it's up to the Bank of England ultimately what action they take.
Do you worry that the Bank of England will raise rates to a point where they have to to put this country in a recession to deal with inflation?
Well, both the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have made very clear that the key priority is getting inflation down. That is what is hurting families and businesses across this country, and that's our priority. It's up to the MPC what action they take, but as I said, we need to work with them on this.
If family finances are horrific at the moment for many families across the country, especially for mortgage holders, is there anything that you can do to alleviate this pressure?
Well, we are. We've implemented a program, an extensive program, both on energy bills, but also cost of living support. And this totals around £94 billion of support. We've essentially paid for half of the average household's energy bill since October. And we've just recently announced a new program of support for the disabled and in particular for the vulnerable. So we are putting in place.
But given the numbers now, can you do more? Could you have more direct support? I know that the Chancellor has pushed back against it, but again, you're in a precarious position politically, and some of the media today are saying you could lose a lot of seats. So could you go back on that decision?
I think the number one thing that we have to do for families across the country is get inflation under control. Any measures that would increase borrowing or exacerbate inflation would clearly not be to the benefit of anybody in this country. We have to stick with the plan, and that's what we intend to do.
What are you asking the banks to do today? In terms of mortgages, in terms of, you know, if banks are kind of the last bastion to help support some of the families that are dealing with huge rising costs, what can the government do to help them or encourage them?
Well, we know that it's a very worrying time for people with mortgages that are transitioning out of fixed rates, for example. The Chancellor is meeting with lenders this week to impress on them that they have a duty of care to their customers, and banks do have a responsibility to work with anybody that is having financial difficulty to work out a plan so that they can pay their mortgage.
Mr. Davis, I understand that you're sticking to the plan. I understand that, you know, you talked about this fiscal policy together with monetary policy. We didn't see that working last autumn when the markets were all over the place. Again, if you look at gilts, they're moving quite a lot. Are there any measures that treasuries could put in place to make sure that fiscal and monetary policy work hand in hand in tandem?
Well, I think we are doing that. As I say, we are being fiscally responsible on spending, whether that's on public sector pay or putting in place measures that will not exacerbate inflation, such as the energy price guarantee. So I would suggest that we already are doing that. We just have to stick with it.
Yeah, I understand, but so when is inflation coming down? Are we going to see better inflation figures in July?
Well, let's see, but what the IMF and the OBR and the Bank of England have said is that they expect inflation to come significantly down this year, and the Prime Minister has made it a top priority for him to get it down. That is what we are hoping to see.
But they were expecting inflation to come down this time around. Is there, I mean, the contrarian view is actually the UK economy is much stronger than expected. Do you subscribe to that?
So we are seeing very resilient domestic demand, and if you take core inflation, for example, we're seeing some of the energy increases pass through into businesses, and that's one of the reasons why we've got particularly high core inflation. We also had the coronation in May, which has pushed up core inflation a little bit as well. So there are factors at play.
Beyonce tickets apparently also.
I'm not going to rule out any hospitality event, but particularly the coronation, obviously. But there are a multitude of factors that are driving this. But over the long term, over the course of this year, we do expect inflation to come down, and we're sticking with the plan to get it there.
A recession or no recession, given the hike in interest rates that we could be seeing, and certainly that the markets are pricing in?
Well, I'm not going to predict market activity, and what we expect in the economy is for inflation to come down. We are very laser-like focused on that, because that ultimately will help us grow the economy. The Chancellor has announced, you know, for example, the 5 growth industries. We're making a series of measures on that. We've got the budget or a statement coming out later in the autumn, and you'll be hearing more from him then as to what other action we can take on growth.
How much is Brexit to blame for a lack of labour shortage?
Well, I think if you look at the years after Brexit, we've grown at the same level of Germany. We have one of the most competitive visa regimes in the world. We're attracting academics and innovative businesses in AI and other amazing parts of the technological sector. So I think we are resilient when it comes to migration. I think we've got it about right. But obviously we always want really talented, successful people to move to Britain, and thankfully they are.
Is there anything else that you can do to try and attract more people to the workforce? In
the budget in March, the Chancellor announced a range of measures to boost workforce participation, not least radical reforms to our childcare system, for example, as well as our pension reforms, which will help the, in particular, older workers remain or come back to the workforce. And so that is a critical part of our plan.
Mr. Davies, are you frustrated every time you look at an inflation figure and it's not going the way you're expecting it to, that you're hoping it to? What's the level of frustration, government?
It makes us more determined to stick with the plan to get inflation down and to not divert from that by making unfunded borrowing, spending commitments, for example. We have to be disciplined. We have to stick with the plan. I'm confident that that will work in the end.
So you're basically confident the Bank of England, right, that they'll get this under control. Is that the way I should interpret it?
I'm confident in the Treasury's ability to work with the Bank of England to stick with the plan.
Mr. Davies, thank you so much for joining us. Gareth Davies there, Exchequer Secretary to the UK Treasury. Now, we're also listening and looking at live pictures from the Ukraine Recovery Conference being jointly held by Ukraine and the UK here in London, where the Prime Minister has just taken to the podium in the last couple of minutes, speaking about some of the support that, of course, the UK can give to Ukraine. You can continue watching, of course, the Ukraine Recovery Conference. That's on LIV Ego on the Bloomberg terminal. Coming up, we'll have plenty more, of course, on markets. We'll look at gilts and the Bank of England tomorrow. This is Bloomberg.
We're also launching a new UK-Ukraine tech bridge to foster investment and talent, along with support for green energy and more, all part of a vast collective effort.
Steve's ability on the course may not be etched into any record books, but following him around, it's clear that it's not for lack of trying.
Jeez.
We were constantly hustling behind him as he caught up with executives in the portfolio companies and reminisced with former and current players.
He's a day trader. He taught himself, self-made day trader. Yeah. And so he's on the bus after a game in New England, and he's day trading on the bus, and Bill Belichick sees him and cuts him on the spot.
You know, in many ways, it's a convention, right, of the people that I don't see maybe once a year. And so it's kind of all come together. My firm, our charity, fundraising efforts, and then the friends that are around. My dad and my brother, it all happens right there as a confluence of all these parts of my life that have found its common center.
안녕하세요. 여러분들께 한정보 보여드리는 게 아니라 채널 통해서 내 거점과 고점에 대한 피보나치 테크닉을 연결을 해봤습니다.
Plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television, your global business authority.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm from Sanakwa here in London. Now, Italy's right-wing government came to power last year with a promise to safeguard the Italianness of its most important firms. Now, Rome has put its money where its mouth is, enacting new measures to curb Chinese control over tire maker Pirelli and placing foreign investors and other Italian companies on notice. Well, Bloomberg's Oliver Crook joins us with the very latest on this interesting story. So, what exactly happened here?
That's right, Francine, and no risk of you not safeguarding your Italianness. But basically, Pirelli, obviously the tire maker, massive in Italy. Its biggest shareholder is Sinochem, a state-owned Chinese company. And basically, last week, the Chinese government, Meloni's government, came in and stepped in using these so-called golden power rights, basically imposing restrictions on what information that the investor could get and trying to restrict the control it can have over the firm. The consequence of that, we have learned now, is that this deputy CEO who was slated to take over the business is now departing because this was a joint plan from the Italian and the Chinese side of the business for him to take over. He's a long-term ally of the CEO. However, the reason that this is now happening, even if he was agreed to by the Italian side of the business, is that they want to purge any doubt of who's in control of this company. And so the next CEO will have to be appointed just from the Italian side of the business. So two sides of this. The first, Meloni doing what she pledged to do, which is to take a more active role in the economy and in corporations more broadly. The second, you also have this de-risking from Chinese firms, and it takes many forms. And if you want to get the sort of early case study on what it looks like in Italy, here it is.
I think there's no way around dialogue. Dialogue is super important to do that, to get back to the table if you want. I wish sometimes, as I lived a lot in Asia, that the Germans also understand that it is not always better or worse, it's just different.
And that is the comments from the CATL CEO yesterday from the German business lobby. I spoke to him while Premier Li was here. So there's still some hope from a lot of these firms, because when you think about de-risking, it's not just companies, Chinese companies that have stakes in European companies. It's these huge European companies that have operations in China, and increasingly Chinese companies like CATL that have operations here in Europe. So the de-risk, really a panoply of meanings, is going to be a very complex issue for these companies to navigate.
Ollie, thanks so much. As always, Bloomberg's Oliver Crook there in Berlin. Now, we're also getting some live pictures from the Ukraine Recovery Conference being jointly headed by Ukraine and the UK here in London. We're just hearing from President Zelensky of Ukraine talking by a video link. A short while ago, he was introduced by the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. Let's listen in to President Zelensky.
And destroys and kills. But you and I, and right now, we are able to protect life and overcome the ruins after the Russian aggression is such a way as to block the path for evil, meaning for any new aggressions. The eyes of the world are looking at us and at whether we will defeat Russian aggression exactly as freedom deserves to win, that is without compromising our values. Also, the world is watching to see if we will restore normal life in such a way that our transformation will land an ideological defeat on the aggressor. We protect Ukraine, and thus we protect freedom. And when we build Ukraine, we'll build freedom. Country, region, continent, world. It's a global task. And I want to thank you. And of course, I thank Switzerland, Germany, France, Italy, every country where we have agreed on key principles for recovery. At this conference, we must move from vision to agreements and from agreements to real projects.
Well, you can watch, of course, more of the Ukraine Recovery Conference on Live Go on your Bloomberg terminal. Now, the U.S. Coast Guard says that underwater noises have been detected in the search for a submersible vessel that's missing, with 5 crew on board and less than 30 hours of oxygen remaining. U.S. rescuers have been joined by research vessels from Canada and France at the scene about 900 nautical miles east of Cape Cod in Massachusetts. Air searches have so far failed to find any signs of the missing 6.7-meter-long craft. Now, coming up, the EU's announcing an economic security plan. We'll look at what that might include. We also go back to gilts ahead of the BOE tomorrow. This is Bloomberg.
a young person who might like to have a career like yours, what would you recommend? How can you prepare to be the national security advisor or to serve your government in some way?
The biggest piece of advice I try to give young people is to reject certitude. What I mean by that is that no matter how good you think your argument is, or your policy position, or your proposed course of action, it almost certainly has weaknesses or blind spots, and you should acknowledge those. I think actually sometimes saying, you know what, I was wrong, you were right, is actually a more powerful show of intellectual strength than just sticking firmly by your position. Doesn't mean you should compromise your principles or your values, but the easy decisions do not rise to the White House. The hard decisions do. And those hard decisions have two sides that are not 100-0.
In London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition on Front Scene Like here in London. Now, China's yuan tumbled past the closely watched 7.2 per dollar level as investor sentiment soured on a lack of aggressive stimulus to boost the country's faltering recovery. Now, let's bring in our Asia executive editor for Asia Markets. He's Paul Dobson in Singapore. So, Paul, what exactly does this tell us about stress ahead?
Hi, good morning, Fran. Well, you know, the trend has been there for a while for China on a sort of downward-looking trajectory. And this month we've had something of a mini revival, something of a rally as hopes built that we would get some details of some more policy stimulus to match the efforts on the monetary front that we've seen in some reductions in lending rates. Thus far, the details that we've had on it have been very thin and meager, despite leaks of some more interesting stuff coming down the way. There was a big policy meeting on Friday, and a lot of investors had been expecting that following that there would be this kind of barrage of announcements that would give the market some confidence again that China can turn its economy around and build that trust again. But thus far, not very much at all. And the concern now is, you know, what actually is coming? Is there going to be something that's big enough to turn around what is very miserable or dour sentiment for China's markets at the moment? And, you know, some of the reporting that we've had sort of saying that the Chinese officials have been asking the industry what they could do to turn things around. Equally, has people worried that, you know, maybe there just isn't going to be that much, and maybe, you know, kind of the outlook isn't that good for China's economy as a result?
Yeah, Paul, very quickly in 10 seconds, why have we not had more support from Chinese policymakers?
It is hard. I don't think they know exactly what to do. You know, what they really need more than anything else is to build confidence in the property market, but that requires time. Time would be the great healer there, and that's not something that they really have as far as the markets are concerned right now.
Paul, thanks so much. Paul Dobson there in Singapore. Now, the EU has announced its economic security strategy, a plan to avoid dependence on countries such as China. Now, measures include increasing oversight of critical technologies and possible screening of investments coming into and out of the bloc. Here with me, Bloomberg's Europe correspondent Maria Tadeo. So, Maria, what exactly is in this plan from the EU?
Yes, Francine, and it's funny also that you played those live pictures from the Ukraine Reconstruction Conference, where we know the head of the commission is in London today, and the two stories are in some ways connected because it is the Russian invasion of Ukraine that has triggered this rethinking about trade relationships from the European Union and the countries it does trade with. And this idea before that was impersonated by Angela Merkel for so long of the more you trade, the better diplomatic relationships that you will have has been decimated to the core because of the war in Ukraine. So the two are connected. And yes, yesterday, the head of the Commission presented this new strategy. She says this is about promoting the European Union to protecting made in Europe, but also finding the right partners to do trade with. The big elephant in the room is what happens with China. This is a good market for European Union goods. We all know this. It has been a profitable market too, but there are concerns about risky areas. And von der Leyen has been clear on this. No decouple, but yes to de-risk. And so she talks about looking at those sectors, particularly the high-end technology, where it could be problematic. In the most extreme cases, Francine, we could see screening on outbound investments, but also potentially a ban to supplying some of that technology to China.
Maria, thank you so much. Maria Tadeo there in Brussels with, of course, the very latest on this important topic. Now, the other important topic is what's happening with UK inflation coming in hotter than expected. A lot of concern about what that means for mortgage holders and family finances. And also, it's moving, of course, gilts. We're seeing a repricing of how high interest rates can go here in the UK from here until the end of the year. Coming up, we'll talk about that 30-year high for UK core CPI. And, of course, we'll look ahead to the BOE decision tomorrow. We speak to Nina Scarrow. This is Bloomberg. So Fabien, talk to me a little bit about the ocean. It covers 70% of the planet. It gives us food, it gives us jobs, it gives us, of course, oxygen. We're taking too many fish out, we're polluting it, we're making it warmer, and only 3% of it is protected. What frustrates you the most about this?
The basic frustration is our ignorance. Our ignorance about how integral ocean is to not only our well-being, but to our existence. And for far too long, we've been using the ocean as an endless resource in a garbage can. Imagine our planet is a three-dimensional system. The ocean represents 99% of our world's living space, about 3.4 billion cubic kilometers of volume, within which the vast majority of biodiversity lives and thrives. And that's what we're beholden to. That is what makes us possible as a species.
Japan's critical role in the global economy is changing as the world recalibrates. After decades of stagnation, Japan's leaders are forging a more innovative and sustainable path forward to revitalize the nation. Corporate giants, policymakers, and pioneers tell us how they're doing just that. Every week on Japan Ahead, right here on Bloomberg Television.
Markets countdown in Europe. From the financial centers of the world, Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson in London and Alex Steele in New York. Real-time numbers, real-time analysis. Weekdays.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, and this is what the markets are doing. Now, there's a lot of focus, of course, or there will be a lot of focus on what Jay Powell will do next. The focus, of course, is on his testimony, and then the other thing is UK inflation overshooting once again. That's definitely boosting pressure on rates. Now, gilts are slumping after UK inflation came in hotter than expected for a fourth month, leading to a fresh flurry of bets on higher interest rates. Core CPI, excluding food and energy, accelerated unexpectedly to 7.1%. So let's get straight to Valerie Teitel, our markets reporter. Valerie, 50 basis points. I mean, it's now in the cards for tomorrow.
Look, it is, Francine, especially when you look at the details of the CPI print and you see that it is in the most sticky components that the UK is having problems with inflation. It really begs the question, if the Bank of England is going to hike more, why not front load these interest rate hikes? Why not just do a jumbo rate rise tomorrow, make it 50 basis points? But the market right after that CPI print went in to price a 6% terminal rate. Thankfully, we've come off a bit that now. We're pricing in now 5.9%, but it exceeded the trust era high. I know everyone likes to talk about how the terminal rate went nuts last September. Well, it's risen in a very similar pace in the last few weeks. The market is saying, really, if the Bank of England is serious about fighting inflation, there is going to be a risk of a hard landing. And the way we know that is we look at the FX markets, because normally when you have a rise in interest rates, it strengthens the currency. But what we're seeing today in cable is that it is weakening versus the US dollar. It's fallen nearly 0.25%. That is not a good look when it comes to the outlook for UK growth.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. Valerie, thank you so much. Our Valerie Teitel there with some of the terminal rates pricing. Now let's get more on the UK economy as the BOE faces pressure to hike more aggressively when it meets tomorrow. Joining us now is Nina Scarrow, Chief Executive Officer of the Center for Economics and Business Research. Nina, I mean, good morning. It's a nightmare scenario, really, for a lot of families out there. What do you see the trajectory for inflation looking like?
I think I'm not that surprised by this morning's reading. I do think we're going to see a deceleration in the coming months. So I don't think there's very little to be encouraged by this morning's, but I also don't think there is the need for this complete sense of panic. And
because of coronation or because of the timing of it?
I think just it was not that unreasonable, and inflation didn't start reading. There is a little bit of seasonal adjustments that maybe weren't done. You know, there is always a little bit of trickiness around that. So I do think that some of the stickiness in prices in the services sector, as you say, there is the bank holiday, there has been good weather as well. So I think there is a little bit of that. It seems that food price inflation probably has peaked as well. So there's a little bit of good news, but very little. But I still hope that the Bank of England now isn't sort of springing into panic mode and thinking that they need to drastically change the outcome of their decision tomorrow.
But I don't know, is 50 basis points a drastic change? I mean, does it make more sense for them to actually hike more tomorrow and then wait and see how the July numbers come in?
I actually don't think so. I think sticking with what would have probably everybody agreeing being the case before this inflation reading and sticking with a 25 basis point is still the right thing to do. And I think the messaging from the Bank of England needs to be, yes, inflation came in higher than consensus expectations, but that is because it is taking time for the hiking we've already done to feed through. And it's very important to remember that the Bank of England has a trickier job to manage the housing market and the mortgage situation than other developed market central banks like the ECB, like the Fed. The situation is a lot more precarious in the UK.
Meaning that if mortgages go too high, then they could have a recession on their hands because of the number of mortgages available and the fact that they roll over, right, every
Exactly. It's relatively unusual to have the situation in the UK where, you know, a 5-year fixed mortgage is actually considered a long-term fix. It's very unusual in the US, in France, in Germany, in a lot of the European markets. You can fix a mortgage for the duration of it. So here the pain is going to be a lot more stark once that time comes, which I think is going to be later this year and into 2024.
And Nina, I don't know whether there is panic on the markets, but certainly there's a bit of, you know, a lot of question marks, at least there's also to market repricing about the aggressiveness of interest rate hikes because inflation seems to have peaked or going down in other countries. Is there a structural problem with inflation now in the UK?
It's definitely very worrying, the trend we're seeing in core inflation, because it's, I mean, you could say it's sticky, but it's probably a little bit worse than sticky at this point. It's actually heading the wrong direction. It's hard to say exactly why the UK is proving different. It's easier to see the difference with the US that hasn't had as much of the spike in energy prices. It's a little bit harder to see why the picture is different than what we're seeing in Europe. Brexit could be a part of the reasoning, but probably not the big explanation. So I do think there is a sort of a UK specific situation, but I don't think the path needs to be that different than what we've seen in the US and what we've seen in Europe.
Nina, do you think interest rates will actually be 6%, which is is what currently is priced in the markets. Our John Stepek, who does a fabulous newsletter called Money Distilled, saying, look, he's not expecting 6%. Maybe they'll nudge higher. But again, it could also show the fact that the UK economy is more resilient than we think. That's a contrarian view.
I don't think we're going to see rates at 6%. I don't think we're going to see rates that close to 6%. I think we're probably looking at 125 basis hike tomorrow and then another 50 basis points spread out over the rest of the year. And I think that will be it. And the reason for that is the bank is, as you said earlier, sort of between a rock and a hard place in terms of controlling inflation, but not imposing more pain on mortgage holders. And if it has to phase those two really imperfect choices between having higher inflation for longer and just crashing the housing market, I think they're going to go with tolerating higher inflation for longer.
So what I don't understand is the government keeps on saying, look, one of their priorities is to have inflation. They're sticking to the plan. We had a minister that kept on saying we're sticking to the plan. I mean, what can the government do at this point, if not support mortgage holders? What can they do to get that inflation?
It's a tough pill to swallow. I mean, monetary policy, part of the explanation that nobody wants to kind of put to the people, put to the electorate, is that the way that we get inflation under control is to hit people's spending power, is for people to rein in how much they're spending, or, to, frankly, for probably unemployment to go up, or at least for people to start thinking that unemployment go up and adjust their behaviors accordingly. So nobody in the public space wants to say that to the electorate. It's a very unpleasant message, but that is essentially what the government is hoping, that once people start feeling the impacts of these higher interest rates. I would say probably about, there is 1.9 million mortgages that are still due to refinance before the end of 2024. So once those people start really feeling the impact on their own wallets, I do think they're going to rein in spending. I do think inflation is going to come down more significantly. We're going to see slowing growth. But it's not a great message to put out there, which is why I think the government is sort of taking a step back, saying we're not going to intervene and support mortgage holders, but we also don't feel the need to do anything else more aggressive.
But longer term, you're not expecting 6% interest rates. But is there the only way to take inflation down, is it to actually put this country in a recession?
I'm still hoping that sort of we can get there with very, very low, but sort of around 0% growth. I mean, difference between a mild recession and very low growth in terms of how people feel isn't that difficult. I do think there is still a very narrow path out that would avoid that hard landing of seeing a recession, but it is getting the path is getting narrower and narrower.
All right, Nina, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Nina Scarro, Chief Executive Officer of the Center of Economics and Business Research. We're also getting some breaking news out of IFO. The German economy has shrunk more than initially estimated, minus 0.4% in 2023, and then they're seeing a slower rebound in 2024. IFO, the Info Institute, also says that inflation in Germany will hit 2.1% in 2024. That's in line with the ECB target. Now, the Farfetch founder and chief executive, José Neves, says customers are spending more money on sustainable brands. Now, the tech entrepreneur spoke to me on Leaders with Luck, What Goes Green.
Consumers that shop conscious products are growing much faster than the average of the marketplace. This is very important because we can go back to the brands and say, look, if you do the right thing, consumers will appreciate, and we'll provide you with very, very granular data at product level on what is important for consumers and how much consumers are willing to pay for it.
Well, that was a Farfetch founder and chief executive officer, José Neves, featuring on the latest episode of Leaders with Luck, What Goes Green. You can catch that on Bloomberg TV and online. Now, these are live pictures of the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen from the Ukraine Recovery Conference being jointly held here in London by Ukraine and the UK. We'll have plenty more on that. This is Bloomberg.
I believe the European Union has a special responsibility. And the reason is simple. We heard the president. Ukrainians tell us that when they imagine their future, they see Europe's flag flying over their cities. And I have no doubt that Ukraine will be part of our union. So today, I want to announce two new steps. The first is about Ukraine's
Soros Fund Management CIO Dawn Fitzpatrick are the exception in finance, not the rule. Morningstar has taken an in-depth look at women in the industry, and the numbers are startling. The firm found that in 2020, women made up 14% of global fund managers. That's largely unchanged from the year 2000. Morningstar also calculated that while the number of women at the top of the corporate ladder has increased, it won't be until 2060 that women will reach parity with men in the C-suite. Studies have shown that increasing the number of women managers leads to better decision-making and moderates overconfidence. European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde insists that male domination of the banking industry made the 2008 collapse of Lehman Brothers more likely. As Lagarde put it, if it had been Lehman Sisters rather than Lehman Brothers, the world might well look a lot different today.
On the next episode of The Circuit.
So yeah, here we are at Dolores Park.
I mean, you've been doing this like 15 years.
Yeah.
15 years. That's a long time.
This is a long time.
Does it ever
in
get,
tech standards?
Does it ever get like lonely at the top?
Oh yeah. You can have all the money in the world, all the success in the world, but the thing that makes most people happy is just connections and relationships.
Watch The Circuit with Emily Chang Thursdays, 10 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Television, or 8 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg.com or the Bloomberg app on connected TVs.
Exclusive Thursday. Ukrainian Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal sits down with Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo, live from the Ukraine Recovery Conference in London. Only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacroix here in London. Now, after U.S. housing data surprised to the upside yesterday, traders are looking out for the Fed chair's congressional testimony later today at 3 p.m. London time. Bloomberg Economics sees Powell doubling down on his commitment to fight inflation. Now, Bloomberg's Jill Dices joins us with the very latest. Jill, good morning, good afternoon. U.S. housing starts data surged unexpectedly last month. What does it actually mean for how Powell needs to navigate this?
Yeah, so actually this data was pretty positive for the U.S. economy. We already saw a bit of this from Jay Powell speaking last week, indicated maybe that, the housing market was starting to stabilize. I think that that's what this data was showing you. And ultimately what it tells us is that for U.S. GDP figures for the second quarter, we might see some positive contribution from home building for the first time since I think 2021. So yes, ultimately I think this is, we're going to see additional data points reinforcing this in the days and in the weeks to come. But yes, a very surprising set of data to the upside here.
So we'll hear more, of course, from the Fed chair a little bit later. Is there anything else that he really needs to address head on?
Yeah, well, look, I think that ultimately what we saw out of that FOMC meeting last week from Powell is that that he was trying to justify why it was that interest rates were on pause, right in June, or if only the idea was that the Fed was going to return to raising interest rates next month, possibly a second time later this year. I think that what Powell is going to have to do here is to try to reinforce that hawkish message and better articulate to lawmakers how exactly he stands to do this. Also remember that at the same time, we've got these upcoming Fed confirmation meetings for a couple of members. And so it's going to be interesting to see how much of that sort of translates into additional reinforcement, from somebody like Jefferson, for example, on, continuing that hawkish policy and how others sort of weigh into that calculus. So ultimately today, look out for just further comments from Powell sort of proving or articulating why it is that maybe there's 2 more rate hikes on the cards for 2023.
All right, Jill, thank you so much, as always, for all of your insight. Jill Dices there on the very latest of Jay Powell. Now, we also need to check the very latest on gilts. We did have a robust conversation, of course, with one of the people working under the Chancellor of the Exchequer. He has told us that he will stick to the plan. The UK inflation figure is not good. It remained higher than expected for a 4th month. leading to a flurry of bets that the Bank of England will raise interest rates to near 6% and drive up the cost of mortgages higher. The figure, of course, is raising the prospect that the Bank of England is opting for a bigger rate increase on Thursday, adding to the quickest monetary tightening in 4 decades. And you can see UK 2-year yields 5.025. Coming up, the Ukraine Recovery Conference takes place where world leaders will discuss the war-torn country's future. So we'll have plenty more on that. We'll put that into context also with debt and spending. This is Bloomberg.
Steve's ability on the course may not be etched into any record books, but following him around, it's clear that it's not for lack of trying.
Jeez.
We were constantly hustling behind him as he caught up with executives in the portfolio companies and reminisced with former and current players.
He was a day trader. He taught himself, self-made day trader. Yeah. And so he's on the bus after a game in New England, and he's day trading on the bus, and Bill Belichick sees him and cuts him on the spot.
You know, in many ways, it's a convention, right, of the people that I don't see maybe once a year. And so it's kind of all come together. My firm, our charity, our fundraising efforts, and then the friends that are around. My dad and my brother, it all happens right there as a confluence of all these parts of my life that have found its common center.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
But are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
This is Bloomberg.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. A lot of the focus is on two things. First of all, Jay Powell. He's testifying a little bit later. And then the firm focus is, of course, what's happening with UK inflation. So it overshot again. That puts a lot more pressure on the Bank of England. They have a decision tomorrow. That core inflation jumping unexpectedly. Now, what this means is that not only is there a flurry of bets that the Bank of England will raise interest rates to near 6% and drive up the cost of mortgages higher, this is really difficult for the Bank of England to calibrate because of the dependency, of course, of mortgages on the housing market and the dependency on the housing market for the economy. And then, of course, this has huge implications also on what it means for gilts going forward. Now, remember, there was a separate report showing that government debt today now exceeds the size of the UK economy for the first time since 1961. This also imperils the Prime Minister's promise to restore health to public finances and to cut inflation. So gilts on the move after UK inflation, as we know, came in hotter than expected. It's a fourth month that's happened. And again, it changes everything to what we're expecting the Bank of England to do. Core CPI, excluding food and energy prices, actually accelerated to 7.1%. So let's get straight to our Valerie Taitella, our markets reporter. Now, Valerie, the problem if you're the Bank of England, you don't want to hurt mortgages because this economy is so dependent on housing prices that are so dependent with variable mortgages, but you have an inflation problem.
Yeah, right. That's the pickle, right? Do they maybe not be as aggressive with their rate rises as the market wants them to be, because they know in 3 to 6 months' time that the rise in mortgage rates is really about to bite the consumer, and that will bite growth and hence bite inflation. It's this pickle, but the thing is that inflation keeps surprising again and again to the upside, leaving the market to think that the Bank of England can't afford to be patient, can't afford to wait for these lags of monetary policy to hit the economy. They need to be more forceful now if they want to keep credibility.
Yeah, I mean, some people are saying that, look, because of the coronation, because of a couple of events, let's wait to July and not cry panic yet. But certainly the markets have latched onto this and are moving quite significantly.
Yeah, I think the risk out there for the markets is that maybe Bailey does try to sound a bit more dovish than we expect in exactly saying those kind of lines. And the market really takes that as a signal that maybe the Bank of England is losing a bit of control here. And we see perhaps the opposite reaction in the markets that maybe a dovish surprise would want, right? He could be dovish, and instead of rates rallying, we get another spike higher in yields because we start to get worried that the Bank of England is falling farther and farther behind on their inflation fight.
And I wonder if the markets are still scarred by what happened in autumn, when you had this fight between fiscal and monetary policy.
Yeah, definitely. And hey, the markets are really scarred by what Bailey has done in the past. Remember, he has surprised us before hiking when he said he wasn't going to. He surprised us before with jumbo rate rises. So don't put it past him that a 50 basis point rate rise could be in the cards tomorrow. The thing that really worries me about the market reaction today is we're seeing a move lower in sterling. Now, we normally don't see that when we see interest rates rising in the UK. And that's a really quite negative signal, I think, for the outlook for UK growth, that perhaps these higher interest rates are really going to cause some sort of hard landing in the UK. And it's playing out in the FX markets, and sterling is falling nearly 0.3% versus the dollar.
A contrarian view is actually the economy is much stronger than expected. And again, we could see that in the next couple of numbers. Why is the UK in a microcosm where actually inflation's stickier and higher than in other places where we're seeing it go down? Is it all the labor shortage, or is it something else?
Brexit had a big deal to play with it. The labor shortage that you mentioned driving wage increases, which is a very, very sticky component of inflation and really hard to crack unless you get unemployment to rise. But again, you know, of the developed nations of the world, the UK is really the standout and the one who hasn't been able to see core inflation turn around. And the tightness of the labor market is one of those drivers, Brexit being perhaps the background that started this labor market tightness. But again, you know, other components of inflation, especially in this print today, aren't necessarily reflecting a better growth dynamic. It's more in the stickier components where it's more of a risk of stagflation that this print is showing us, rather than a worry that the economy is still running too hot.
Yeah, Valerie, thank you so much. Valerie Teitel there with the very latest on the markets and, of course, what this inflation print means. Now, the other picture, of course, is what we're expecting Jay Powell to say. The picture overall, we're also seeing actually live pictures of the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, from the Ukraine Recovery Conference. So let's listen to what the Secretary of State has to say. He's also just come back from China.
About what all of us are doing together with Ukraine to help it recover. We never lose sight of that human dimension, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Back in April, just one day in this devastating aggression, in the city of Uman, hundreds of miles from the front lines, another assault of Russian missiles on innocent Ukrainian civilians, on apartment buildings, hundreds of miles away. In one of those buildings, before dawn, a Russian missile struck. The father, Dmitro, in his apartment, raced to his children's room. He opened the door to the room to try to see how his children, Kirilo, 17, and Sophia, 11, were doing. He opened the door to the room. It wasn't there anymore. His children were gone. 2 of the 6 children killed that one day in April, as a result of this ongoing aggression against Ukraine. 2 of thousands killed through the course of this war. 2 lives interrupted. 2 stories stopped. That's what this is about every day. But as Russia continues to destroy, we are here to help Ukraine rebuild. Rebuild lives, rebuild its country, rebuild its future. Recovery is about more than just ensuring people have what they need to survive: food to eat, water to drink, medicine to take, heat in the winter, electricity in all seasons. Recovery is about laying the foundation for Ukraine to thrive as a secure, independent country, fully integrated with Europe, connected.
Well, that was the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, speaking from the Ukraine Recovery Conference here in London. You can continue watching on Live Go, L-I-V, Go on your Bloomberg terminal. And of course, the big question is whether he'll talk about China after spending a couple of days, the first time that we saw a high-ranking U.S. official go to the country in about 5 years. Tomorrow, we'll also have an exclusive interview with the Deutsche Bank Chief Executive, Christian Saving. So don't miss that conversation. Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition continues in the next hour. Kriti Gupta in New York, Danny Berger here in London. And of course, the focus is on Jay Powell a little bit later on. This is Bloomberg.
We've invested more than $10 million in our employees over the past year, and we're going to continue to invest more. We're testing 4-day work weeks to help, especially our working parents kind of juggle that balance between childcare and your work. I know I deal with that all the time. This is really a people-first company. And even in an inflationary environment, you're going to see us continue to lead with our people.
Do you worry at all about a price wage spiral, not just here, but in the industry, in the economy?
Yes, and I think that this is something that many business leaders are focused on, and time will tell kind of how all of this lands.
I think the wage price spiral continues for quite some time, and I think we probably have been a lot less aggressive than we can be, and than many other companies have been.
In terms of raising prices?
Yes, we've taken our time. If you look at a 20-year history of pricing in this company, we've taken about 2% a year on average. We've never taken what we could. We've always taken what we should. We have to pay people more. We have been and will continue to do so. We'll take a little bit of a margin compression on that as we've had to, and I think that's the right thing so that for the long term, Shake Shack continues to be what we're building, which is the next generation's burger joint.
Source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority. This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month.
I
think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition with Danny Berger and Kriti Gupta.
It's 10 a.m. in London, 5 a.m. in New York, and 5 p.m. in Hong Kong. Our top stories today. Another hot CPI. The latest read on UK inflation comes in higher than expected for a fourth consecutive quarter. Gilts decline as investors ramp up bets that the BOE hikes to 6%. Over in the U.S., Fed Chair Powell is gearing up for his two-day testimony on Capitol Hill. The chair is expected to face questions over additional policy tightening after the Fed paused in its last meeting. And FedEx painting a gloomy picture for 2024. The courier's profit outlook comes in lower than Wall Street's estimates amid weak demand. Welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance. This is the early edition. I'm Danny Berger in London. Kriti Gupta is in New York. And Kriti, the bond vigilantes in the UK, they're at it again after that hot CPI print.
Yeah, in a really big way, to the point that's having ripple effects in the U.S. session. You're really seeing it with the action you're seeing in the bond market stateside as well, even this early on at a time when futures are virtually unchanged, Danny. You are seeing red on the screen, the S&P futures, 44.33 on that contract, but kind of a wait-and-see approach. You're seeing it in NASDAQ futures, you're seeing it in Russell futures. Essentially, everyone's saying there's no real direction for the stock market, at least at 5:30 a.m. New York time, or 5 a.m. New York time, excuse me. But the bond market, to your point, Danny, is where you are seeing some of the action. Already seeing a little bit of volatility on the front end of the curve, probably taking a cue out of what you're seeing in the UK. We'll get to that in just a moment. Before 71 on the two-year yield, a move higher of 2 basis points. It was as high as about 4 to 5 basis points earlier in the session. So again, you are seeing volatility in the bond market even this early as American traders wake up. To me, the currency market is always interesting, though, because as we see those yield fluctuations, the dollar traditionally follows. But today, the biggest kind of weakness you're seeing in the currency space is in the Japanese yen. Again, a lot of the pricing coming around the BOJ and just the real expectation that the BOJ is going to do nothing to tweak their yield curve control. And what that does, though, is weaken to the point that you see a little bit of a tailwind into the greenback. That currency pair, 141.97, a little bit of strength to the greenback to the tune of 0.4%. Now, Danny, I put gold up here as well because I think for a commodity check, if we're talking about recession, inflation, and of course the yield picture, it's important to see how gold reacts as well. And right now you're seeing a little bit of a pullback, 1934 on that precious metal. Remember when we were talking about yields higher would perhaps push the gold price higher as well to above 2,000 sustainably? That narrative seems to be lost in the wind today.
Yeah, we just can't seem to crack $2,000 there, can we? Bree, just want to quickly walk us through what's happening in UK markets right now, because there's a lot of whipsaw here. First of all, we got to 6% pricing for BOE terminal rate. The chart I have in front of me for our radio listeners is February 2024 BOE pricing. Now, we've backed off of 6%, but we're at 5.9. At one point, we exceeded those truss highs again after that inflation print. We're going to talk to our Lizzie Burden in just a moment about the exact details. But let's flip it up and let me show you the reaction across European assets. So on Monday, UK yields go up 14 basis points. Yesterday, they dropped 13 basis points. At the moment, they have paired some of the height of what we've seen. We're up about 6 basis points. At one point, it was 14.5. So things have calmed down. But I don't know, it's kind of hard to call this market calm. We're back above 5%. And this is the worrying dynamic. Usually the gut punch reaction to higher yields is you trade based off that yield differential. You want to buy the currency of the nation that has the higher yields. That's not what is happening in the UK right now. Sterling is declining versus the dollar about 0.3%, because even higher yields can attract investors into this country if we're not going to have any growth. If we're looking at a future that looks something like stagflation. Kriti, you mentioned it's moving UK bonds, certainly moving Germany bonds too. Front end moves higher by 0.2%. And overall, a not great day for stocks. European stocks declining every day this week so far. Today is no exception, down 0.1%. The worst performing, as you might expect, are the mid-cap UK stocks. So just to reiterate on this story, UK inflation for May came in hotter than expected for a fourth month in a row. And this adds pressure on the Bank of England to hike more aggressively when it meets tomorrow. Here's UK Chancellor of the Exchequer, Jeremy Hunt, reacting to the numbers.
Well, today's figures strengthen the case for the government to stick to its guns. No matter what the pressure from left, right or centre, we won't be pushed off course. Because if we're going to help families, if we're going to relieve the pressure on people with mortgages, on businesses, we need to squeeze every last drop of high inflation out of the economy. And if you look at what's happening in other countries, you can see that rises in interest rates do bring down inflation over time. That will happen here.
For more on this, let's get to Lizzie Burton, our UK correspondent. Lizzie, what's your read on the CPI data this morning and what it means for the BOE?
So the fourth straight upside surprise for the UK CPI print. It looks like a 13th consecutive hike from the Bank of England tomorrow is nailed on. It stayed on hold at 8.7% when it was expected to fall to 8.4%. But more worryingly than the headline rate is the core number. That was expected to stay on hold. It's risen. Services have risen again. The last time that core inflation was at this level, the Bank of England had to counter with interest rates of 15%. Now, it's driven by air travel, second-hand cars, culture and recreation, the Beyoncé effect. But it's as a result meant, as you were talking about, that markets are now fully pricing 6% as the peak rate for the Bank of England. Some traders seeing 6.25%. And remember, this means, first of all, that a half-point hike may be on the table for tomorrow. But the worst thing is that Bloomberg Economics has seen a recession if rates get to 6%.
And Lizzie, talk about the impact on the fiscal side of things. What does the government do from here?
Well, Critty, 3 of the Prime Minister's top 5 priorities are economic. Halving inflation by the end of the year, growing the economy, cutting the debt. Look how that's going. The inflation is not budging. As a result, the Bank of England's going to hike even more. That's potentially, as I say, going to harm growth further. And for the first time since the 1960s, you've got the debt to GDP ratio above 100%. On top of that, it's front page news across the UK newspapers that mortgage rates are spiralling. So this is really difficult stuff. We were just speaking to ex-Chequer Secretary of the Treasury, Gareth Davis, on Bloomberg Radio. That full interview will be on the Bloomberg UK Politics podcast later today. But he was saying that the government is not going to do anything that's going to counter the Bank of England's action to control inflation when it comes to helping out mortgage borrowers. The thing is, it really is painful. The Resolution Foundation already said it was going to cost £3,000 extra a year for people who are refinancing, and those people are going to vote soon.
Yeah, that cost of living crisis just getting worse and worse. Lizzie Burton, our UK correspondent over all things BOE, and of course fiscal side as well. We thank you as always. Bringing it back to the States here, Fed Chair Jay Powell set to testify to Congress later today, delivering his semi-annual monetary policy report to the House Financial Services Committee. For more, Bloomberg's Jill Deeses joins us now. Jill, we're coming off the heels of a pause at the end of the day, something that is kind of a skeptical approach when it comes to monetary policy, considering the trends we've seen in the last few decades. What can we expect to hear from the testimony today?
Right. Well, I think that what Jay Powell really needs to do here is sort of reinforce that hawkish message that he was trying to convey during, the press conference last week. Because, yes, you're right. I think it's a little bit of a difficult line to walk. And we saw this last week where he says, OK, well, we're going to pause in June and then, leave the door open. There's going to be a live meeting in July where, certainly the heavy implication is that there's going to be another rate hike. And then if you look at that Fed dot plot, we're supposed to be pricing in yet another rate hike by the end of the year. I think what you've seen so far from investors is that they're not quite buying that picture. I think everybody's there's consensus building around the idea that there is going to be another rate hike in July, but it is a bit more complex beyond that. So I think what Powell's really going to have to do here is to drive home that idea of this is still hawkish policy, sort of figure out how to justify the fact that there was this, this pause, this, hawkish skip or whatever you want to call it in June. I think, what we've seen conveyed in the past on that has been, okay, well, the Fed wants to preserve some flexibility to sort of change policy as they need to. It's supposed to be very data-driven, sort of watching what a lot of these core indicators look like, how inflation is coming along, and sort of preserving that room to either, continue to raise rates or to pause in there. But yeah, it's a tricky balance, I think, for Powell right now. And also, I just want to add, remember, you've also got some nominations for Fed positions going on at the same time. And so it's going to be interesting to see how a lot of this sort of comes together and coalesces into this message from the Fed. Is it all going to be, sort of this hawkishness, curbing inflation, that kind of messaging here?
How does the U.S. data from yesterday complicate things, Jill, when you have housing starts surging in May by the most since 2016?
Yeah, I think that that's a really interesting one, right? Because this is certainly unexpected data, and I think ultimately, proves well for the sort of the steam that the economy has, right? I mean, at this point, I think we've seen some economist estimates suggesting that this home builder data is expected to show that home building should contribute positively to GDP growth in the second quarter for the first time since I think 2021. So certainly indicates that there's demand there. Home builders are possibly more optimistic about some shoring up of supply chain snags, that kind of thing. Although, I'd say that we should temper this a little bit. Mortgage rates are still elevated, so there's a limit to that demand. But yeah, it's all coming at an interesting time because it's certainly positive momentum for the economy there. I think we're supposed to get additional data that sort of shows us how the housing market is showing up. But again, I just want to end on this reiterates going back to what Powell was saying last week during the FOMC presser, the housing market is stabilizing. So it does kind of gel with some things that we've already heard out of him in particular.
Bloomberg's Jill Desis walking us through what's going to be likely a major market mover today. Thank you, as always. We're going to go from the macro to the micro. One stock we're watching this morning is FedEx. The courier reported earnings and a profit outlook that missed analyst expectations. For more, Bloomberg's Simone Foxman walks us through the numbers. A 10% cut to global sales. I mean, that's enormous. What is that telling us?
Well, certainly, I think there was this feeling around FedEx here that you have this global weakening outlook versus some of the cost-cutting plans that has been pushing forward. And the global outlook looking pretty grim and in line with a lot of other things we have seen as well. They talked about weaker than expected recovery in Asia, although they do expect that to be a tailwind ahead, softening U.S. demand and domestic volumes. A little bit of green shoots in Europe, but again, not offsetting those overall impressions. A slew of companies have really been talking about how they've been able to reduce freight costs. It's good for the retailers, but it's not so great for companies like FedEx. But, in some level, we should have maybe expected this. You look at something like U.S. corrugated box industry. We saw sales there down 11% from the prior year. Companies that manufacture this operating at about 70% of capacity. So clearly, this demand for boxes, weakening e-commerce post-pandemic, these are something we've seen broadly in the industry and, carrying through to FedEx as well.
Simone, Kriti pointed out to me this morning this huge amount of job cuts that FedEx plans to make this fiscal year, 29,000. Where do they stand on that? And just why is that figure so significant?
Yeah, for fiscal year 2023, they had, which ended actually a couple months ago. They had expected to cut 25,000 jobs by May. They had announced that. We got 29,000 people in terms of job cuts. FedEx had really pushed to expand its network of people during the pandemic just to try and make gains, whereas some of its competitors, you look at UPS, kind of cut back, really focused on those smaller consumers where it could charge higher margins. This cost-cutting plan seeming to be delivered here, and maybe that's why we saw this stock retrace. Some of its losses in the post-market had been down well over 5% initially, because this cost-cutting plan does seem to be paying dividends. Yes, investors looking at the whole global story, seeing that not very positive, but once again able to deliver on some of these cost-cutting measures. Also seeing things like $70 million related to the decision to permanently retire from service some aircraft. Those things are one-time expenses that aren't going to necessarily be a problem next quarter.
Right, so shares down about 3% in the pre-market trade. Simone, thank you so much. That's Bloomberg's Simone Foxman. Now, coming up on the show with Kriti and me, we're going to be speaking to Klaus Baader, Global Chief Economist at Societe Generale, on today's UK inflation numbers. And former U.S. House Majority Leader Eric Cantor is going to be joining the program on the upcoming 2024 election and the Biden administration's engagement with China. Plus, on that, just days after bilateral meetings, fresh tensions emerged from the U.S. and China amid President Biden's rhetoric about his Chinese counterpart. All that to come. This is Bloomberg.
We had a long-standing presence here in Houston for the past, I would say, 20-some years, since the compact merger. We bought a piece of land, we started building this building. And in doing so, we had to also recalibrate how we were building it because the pandemic hit us. And we thought about recreating a work environment that is very, very different, that is catered for this new structural way of working, which we call edge to office, where people don't always come to the office to work, can work remotely from their homes, their edges, but have to come back to the office for specific reasons, such as team meetings, customer meetings, and in general, collaboration.
With regards to the hybrid work model, do you see that as something that will persist longer term when the pandemic is long gone?
Yes, no question, this will persist.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts of the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television, your global business authority.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Kriti Gupta in New York alongside Danny Berger in London. Look, all of the action this morning is in the bond market. And it comes off some moves coming out of the UK as they post the hottest inflation in 30 years. For a fourth consecutive month, they had surprise to the upside. But here's the concern. For our radio audience, stick with me. We are looking at a chart here of the Bank of England rate, the BOE rate, if you will, and the core UK CPI. And right now you're seeing both in an almost vertical line upwards. What's important to keep in mind here is that the last time we saw the core UK CPI this high, like I said, it was 30 years ago. You have to go all the way back to the early 90s. What's important is that the BOE rate was much, much higher. We were at a 15% high rate. It's really important to keep in mind that the repricing that you're seeing in the UK bond market right now is starting to have ripple effects in the German bond market and even stateside in treasuries. So how do you trade it? Let's bring in a true expert. Bloomberg's Dana El-Battaji joins us for a little bit more context and expertise. What do you do here, Dana?
Well, it depends on how you view the risk of recession here. And I mean, there is absolutely a play that's happening out there, whether or not people feel that inflation is going to go higher, that would then push people into the shorter end of the curve. And then, of course, there are those that believe that if there is a recession coming, then the longer end of the curve looks more attractive. We are seeing both plays happening, but at the end of the day, this is about the impact on the average person on the street. How is this impacting their spending? And I think when you have a society that is usually asset rich but cash poor, when you've got costs that are going up this high, the impact is significant.
Yeah, there's been a lot of research out there just saying, look, UK households are so levered right now that this impact in terms of mortgages is so much more steep than prior times in history. So how much does that handcuff the BOE in terms of them being able to hike more?
I mean, at the end of the day, they are fighting inflation, and that is a very real fight. And until inflation goes down, you can expect the BOE to continue hiking rates. And in spite of the risks that you're seeing to the economy because of the impact on spending, you're still finding people that expect that the BOE might even raise rates tomorrow by as much as 50 basis points. That kind of hit to society is significant. However, you still need to bring inflation down.
Is that the roadmap that the BOE is actually going to use, though? In terms of pricing, why not just go ahead and price to what you saw 30 years ago?
It's very hard to answer that question because I think that we're in an unprecedented period at this point. We're also basically facing an election year next year with the Tories facing a very real possibility that they might not be voted back in. So it's really, really hard to answer that question. But I think that what is quite fair given what the BOE has said so far, they are absolutely adamant that they have to fight inflation and they have to bring that down. So you can just automatically assume that if inflation is going to continue rising or if it's going to continue being hot, which it might actually be the case, because don't forget, we are entering the summer period. We're going to get a lot of tourists, and this is a service-based economy, so you can expect that there's going to be a lot of spending happening by tourists that are coming in. Meanwhile, the local economy, the average Joe that pays taxes in the UK, might be suffering. That might actually give the BOE even more fodder to continue raising rates, which will be more pain for the local economy.
Yeah, all I can tell you, Dana, is going to be hard for me to sell my flat anytime soon with mortgage rates doing what they're doing. Thank you so much for joining us. That's Dana Al-Baltaji from the Bloomberg Markets team. And for more market analysis, MLive Go is where you want to head on your terminal. This is Bloomberg.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. You know, we're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority.
On the next episode of The Circuit.
So yeah, here we are at Dolores Park.
I mean, you've been doing this like 15 years.
Yeah.
15 years. That's a long time.
This is a long time.
Does it ever
in
get,
tech standards?
Does it ever get like lonely at the top?
Oh yeah. You can have all the money in the world, all the success in the world, but the thing that makes most people happy is just connections and relationships.
Watch The Circuit with Emily Chang Thursdays, 10 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Television, or 8 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg.com or the Bloomberg app on connected TVs.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance, the early edition. I'm Danny Berger in London. Kriti Gupta is in New York. Now on to some of the stories that have caught our eye this morning. A Canadian aircraft has detected underwater noises as the search for the Titanic submersive continues. The report suggests banging sounds heard at 30-minute intervals. All communications with the vessel carrying 5 people were lost after just under 2 hours after it submerged on Sunday. And more job cuts coming at major banks. JP Morgan is reportedly reducing about 20 investment banking positions in Asia, adding to the 30 layoffs back in February. The bank joins Goldman Sachs and Citi's move last week as deal flows remain muted. And Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to meet President Biden later today in Modi's first official state visit to the U.S. Now, this comes after Modi's meeting with Elon Musk. Musk telling reporters after the meeting, quote, "I'm confident that Tesla will be in India and will do so as soon as humanly possible." Kriti, I thought this story was interesting, specifically with Musk, because we also had Tim Cook going to India, yes, opening Apple stores there, but you get this sense of de-risking. Can you really put all of your eggs in the China basket if you're an American company?
Yeah, and you're seeing that really go all across Asia and arguably Europe as well, starting to seep there. Some of the investments you're seeing from the major tech names. You mentioned Intel and potentially Apple as well. Well, you have the likes of others going to Japan, going to South Korea, going to Israel, for example. It's really interesting, though, to have Modi back in the States, though. Of course, we know that there was a little bit of hesitation but in terms of the geopolitics between the two sides in the fallout of the war in Ukraine and how India would or would not be buying oil from Russia. And yet here we are collaborating on the corporate front.
Can I just say, on that story about oil coming from sanctioned countries, this is a little off topic, but Javier Blas has a really fantastic tweet out talking about the fact that reports of Chinese oil intake from Malaysia are at a crazy record high. Javier Blas basically writing that's actually Iranian oil. It's actually sanctioned oil that China is reporting as oil coming from Malaysia, just on the topic of sanctioned oil. One to keep your eye out on. All right, coming up, Kriti and I are going to be speaking to Klaus Botter, Global Chief Economist at SocGen, on today's inflation numbers and what to expect from the BOE next. This is Bloomberg.
I'd like to kick off with a very simple question. Has the whole Brexit process been messier, less messy, or as messy as you expected way back in 2016?
Was it as messy as we thought it would be? Probably was, and I tell you why, because of the fundamental mismatch between, if you like, rational policy in the UK and what was, in a sense, performative ideology in the UK. And I think that was the problem. We could have had the deal, the so-called Windsor deal, several years ago, but the Johnson government simply did not want a deal on those terms.
But I think for the short to medium term, the next 3 to 5 years, the Brexit will be net negative on the UK economy, no question about it. What happens over the longer term depends on what the British establishment or the future UK governments do. One, I do think ultimately they will finish up in the next 10 or 15 years putting some kind of, I call it a trade deal with Europe, similar to Norway or Switzerland. I disagree with Declan. I think they will pay into a European budget. I think they will have no choice. It is too big. The fundamental strength of the single market is something that is too attractive for the UK economy to be excluded from.
Maybe the messier part is yet to come.
When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. Here's what you need to know. Another hot CPI. The latest read on UK inflation comes in higher than expected for a fourth consecutive month. Gilts decline as investors ramp up bets that the BOE hikes to 6%. Over in the U.S., Fed Chair Powell is gearing up for his two-day testimony on Capitol Hill. The chair is expected to face questions over additional policy tightening after the Fed paused in its last meeting. And FedEx painting a gloomy picture for 2024. The courier's profit outlook comes in lower than Wall Street estimates amid weak demand. I'm Kriti Gupta in New York with Danny Berger in London. Danny, a lot to digest, but I gotta say, I think the bond market, specifically in the UK, takes the cake.
Yeah, look, I'm not feeling super optimistic about this UK economy. I hope I am being dramatic here, because is the trade-off stagflation or a BOE-engineered recession, or maybe, Kriti, maybe we just need to wait for those long and varied lags. If mortgage rates are above 6%, perhaps we're finally going to see inflation come in without having the BOE need to do anything dramatic. But in the meantime, you're getting a little bit of drama priced into this market. We've backed off of a 6% terminal rate from the BOE, but we're just under it, about 5.9%. There is a little bit of betting going on that we might need to see a jumbo rate hike, something like 50 basis points. But in the meantime, two-year yield goes back above 5% after falling below the level yesterday. Sterling, again, always a worrying trend when you have higher rates but a weaker currency. Basically, higher rates not doing their thing to attract inflow and investment into the country. That's that growth worry filtering through. Kriti, as you mentioned, it's a bond market day today. German two-year yields, those react too, higher by just 1 basis points. Meanwhile, European stocks off of the lows, but Kriti, they are still weaker today.
Well, speaking of the bond market, which is where all the action is, the same story applies stateside, and a lot of it does come from what you're seeing in Europe, Danny. As you pointed out, futures, doing a whole lot of nothing. 44.32 on those contracts here, really flat on the pre-market session here. The two-year yield, though, is again where you're seeing the action. Probably a ripple effect of what you're seeing in the Boone market and the gilts market, as you just pointed out. 470 on that yield. Although what I will say is that about 30 minutes we did this check, and we saw yields higher by about 3 basis points. That is now paired just a little bit. We're only higher by about 1 basis point now. So perhaps tiny moves in the market, but still certainly one to keep an eye on in terms of the UK read-through into the U.S. session throughout the rest of the trading day. As we talk about yields, though, the currency market is a natural follow. In theory, if the yields go higher, then the dollar should follow. And to some extent, that's true. But I have to say, weakness in the Japanese yen giving a little bit of a tailwind to the greenback as well. 141.95 on that currency pair. And I would have to say, one of the most volatile currency pairs this morning. So really keep an eye on it, as essentially you see the investor community say the BOJ isn't going to be tweaking their yield curve control, and not too happy about that, at least when it comes to weakness in the Japanese yen. But again, the same story applies. Recession, inflation, higher yields. Naturally, you would go to the precious metal gold trading at now at 1934. But even with all of this doom and gloom, Danny, you aren't necessarily seeing a bid into gold right now.
Well, let's talk more about that source of some of the doom and gloom. It's the UK. It was the inflation data today, coming in hotter than expected for fourth month, just a day ahead of the BOE decision, with price pressures continuing to spread. Let's bring it over now to Klaus Bader, Global Chief Economist at SocGen. Klaus, thanks so much for joining us. Look, with these CPI numbers in hand, does it look like the UK is headed towards stagflation?
Well, if you mean by stagflation, slow growth and quite a bit of inflation, then yes, then I think that that's a situation that's not only affecting the UK, but others as well. But for the classic stagflation, there's one really important condition, and that is that you have a major output gap, meaning that you'd have very high unemployment. But that's, of course, the hallmark of all these economies, of the advanced economies at the moment, is that even though growth has weakened a lot and inflation is high, unemployment rates are very, very low. And other indicators of labor market tightness, like the ratio of vacancies to unemployed, et cetera, all of those tell you that you're having a really tight economy. So I'm very hesitant to use the term stagflation.
Okay, fair enough. If we do have a strong labor market and this feeling perhaps because of that policy isn't transmitting as normal, does that mean that the BOE needs to hike very aggressively at this point?
Well, yes, I think that's that. Yes, it does have to. I mean, we're not quite in the camp of the 6%. I mean, currently we're at 450. We've got another 2 rate hikes by the Bank of England getting us to 5%. We've got the ECB going to 4. But I think your question goes into the right direction. I've just published late last night. I published our latest global economic outlook, and there's quite a significant section in it which has the title, monetary policy is tight. But monetary policy and financial conditions have tightened, but are they tight? And so I look at a whole range of indicators, and on a lot of indicators, monetary policy looks maybe about neutral. It doesn't really look very tight, at least if you go to the period before the great financial crisis. And so I think that's what at the moment we're experimenting with is, have we gone back into a regime where the so-called R star, the equilibrium interest rate, has actually increased again? That was the reason why the Bank of Canada started raising rates again after pausing. They said, apart from a number of other things, they said, actually, we now think that R star is higher than we thought previously.
Well, let's bring that to the playbook for the Federal Reserve then, Klaus. When we're talking about the BOE perhaps battling inflation for much, much longer than its peers, the ECB, and of course the Federal Reserve as well, what kind of ripple effects does that have to other central banks around the world?
Well, I mean, I think they're pretty much all in one boat. There's a couple of exceptions in the global context. The PBOC, of course, is in a completely different position, but they didn't let rip on monetary policy, and they said the Chinese economy seems to be losing a lot of wind. I'm not 100% sure, even though the BOJ isn't doing anything, whether the Japanese economy is really that different. They're generating quite a lot of inflation. The point is that pretty much all central banks are in that position, especially those in advanced economies. I think, when I just mentioned this idea of, looking at, is monetary policy really tight? In a lot of Eastern Europe, and a lot of advanced, and in Latin America, and a lot of emerging economies, monetary policy is absolutely tight. And so I think they can quite easily embark on a course of lowering interest rates, and relatively soon. Yeah. But, let's take an example. The Central Bank of Brazil has raised rates by 1,175 basis points, by 11.75 percentage points. That's a whole different ballgame than what the advanced economies, central banks have done. And even though people say, oh, well, yeah, central banks raised interest rates so much. Well, yeah, but they came from crazy levels. They came from levels which we've basically never seen before. And so I think that central banks are going to have to work a lot harder.
Okay, Klaus, thank you so much for that. Certainly see the pressure bubbling up literally everywhere for these central banks. That's Klaus Baader of SocGen. Now coming up, we're going to be speaking to Eric Cantor, former U.S. House Majority Leader and Vice Chairman of Moelis, on the upcoming 2024 election, and his successor, Kevin McCarthy. This is Bloomberg.
You're so intimately linked to the future of the UK. What are you seeing when you go to branches and in the country?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of anxiety at the moment. I think the recovery from the pandemic has been and is continuing to be very strong. So I think we're seeing the economy recover. But with rising interest rates, with inflation, those are things that peoples and families and businesses haven't had to deal with for 10 years. So a lot of business owners today haven't had to operate in that environment. So it's causing quite a lot of anxiety, which means for us, because we're up and down the country in branches and offices, we can spend a lot of time talking to businesses and helping them plan and deal with it. But it is, it's very different, and it's not something people have had to operate in for a long time.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Danny Berger in London. Kriti Gupta is in New York. From a potential U.S. recession to tensions with China, there's no shortage of issues at the top of mind for the 2024 presidential election candidates. For a look at what is to come for the campaigns, Francine Lacqua is with former U.S. House Majority Leader Eric Cantor. Francine.
Thank you so much, Danny. I have the pleasure of interviewing Eric about twice a year. He's now at Moelis, where he's vice chairman. And of course, we speak about a range of things, U.S. politics, IPOs and mergers, and what's in the pipeline. So, Eric, thank you so much for joining us. When you look at deals, when you look at investments, is there a pipeline shortage, or do you see the market picking up?
Well, Francine, look, there's no question that, let's say, the last 15, 18 months, there's been a challenging deal market for sure. I think any way you look at it, from 30 to 45, 50% down in terms of M&A, whether it's announced or completed deals. So I do think that we certainly could see an upswing. I mean, it is, I think, feeling better now than perhaps it did a couple of months ago. And I think part of that is the reason we've got some of the issues that had confronted the markets, somewhat in the rearview mirror. We've got, obviously the regional banking issue that came up as a real surprise in the U.S. in particular is now sort of fading into the background. I'm not sure it's all done, but still I think the severity of it is in the background. Then with Jay Powell's announcements last week, was saying, hey, we're going to pause, unlike ECB, but saying, hey, we're going to pause, but be expecting a couple more rate rises this year. I think investors are looking to see, well, maybe we're at the end of this cycle. And obviously the equities markets are up for the most part, and the IPO markets are beginning to show some signs of new energy. So with all that, I think that investors, the sponsor community, and strategics are looking at, is now the time for an M&A deal.
Yeah, is that green shoots across the board, or is it we're seeing so much activity in the Middle East because of oil money? Is that going to continue power ahead and, I guess, continue for private markets and IPOs?
It is amazing if you take a look at what's going on in the GCC, especially in Riyadh, in Abu Dhabi, Dubai. I mean, it is phenomenal, the capital formation that's occurring, the willingness for those investors in that region to look outside the region, as well as to focus on diversifying their own economy. And I do think that finally we are seeing a region come into its own and really be a part of the global economic community now.
With a lot of sports deals. Were you expecting, is this a main driver? You know the region very well.
Well, listen, I think that, much of the announcements behind the Live Golf deal and all the soccer announcements that have taken place, I think that the Crown Prince in Saudi has certainly recognized the fact that his country can be a destination for tourism. He can diversify that economy, and I think he's well on his way to doing that with a lot of excitement. I can't imagine any other region right now that is so full of that optimism.
Eric, I know you're out of U.S. politics, but what's your hunch for 2024?
Well, we're going to have to see, Francine. I think once you're in politics, you never sort of always, it's in your system, and for a long time I was in that. So I do think that it'll take some time. We are just now beginning the primary process, where the first primaries aren't until after the first of the year, right? So we've got some time, but we'll begin to see some debates on the Republican side later this summer. And I think what is beginning to shape up is a field that looks a lot like it did in 2016, where you have multiple candidates vying for the nomination really against Donald Trump. And if you're looking at any of the public polling, you can see he is way ahead in terms of the primary electorate on my side of the aisle.
So do you think Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee for 2024, even with these criminal charges?
Well, listen, I do think that if you were to say now, if the primary was decided tomorrow, Donald Trump would be the victor. Now, we'll have to see. There are many months in the interim and things that he will have to overcome. But right now, it's pretty clear that he has, in some polls, over a majority of the primary base. We call it the base of people that will participate in those primaries. He's got over 50% in some of the public polling. So there's a long way to go, and there's a long way for those candidates who have entered the race to try and close that gap.
Okay, if it's a repeat of last time, do you think Donald Trump would beat Joe Biden?
Well, I mean, you know, you think about this, even in the Democratic side of the aisle, most of its primary electorate doesn't want him to be their nominee, and I think for obvious reasons. I mean, Joe Biden is well into his 80s. He's showing signs of aging. He is not necessarily the figure that I think most Americans would want to say, hey, this is our leader for the strongest, biggest, you know, economic power, military power in the world. He's not really commensurate with that. So we'll have to see, but I think it's a good shot that if that is the field, if it's Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, I do think that Donald Trump can win.
With what? On bashing China? So we just had Antony Blinken also come back. He's actually in London today, but he just came back of China. Will the rhetoric around China change?
Well, let's separate out the rhetoric from the reality. I think the reality is, and certainly the businesses, investors that I speak with, I mean, the multinational companies, whether they're here in the UK, in Europe, or back in the US, I don't think there is going to be a complete decoupling of our economies. I just think when you look at the enormity of the trade, where there's $500 billion plus a year between the US and China alone, that's a lot of interaction. So I'm not sure we're going to see that. I do think that we are going to see on the sensitive sectors, certainly some concern that's been raised and some decoupling there. But this new term of de-risking, I think, is a little bit more appropriate. We'll have to see what that actually is. But in terms of the rhetoric, the politics is a one-way street in Washington. It is bipartisan. There's a real, I think, feeling of being fooled, if you will, when China entered the WTO, that it was going to play by the same rules as everyone else. They just haven't. And I think this is the backlash.
So what does that mean for tariffs? Will they stay as is? Are they going to get stronger? And again, there's all this, like, also political, you know, importance because of Taiwan and Russia. So how does the economy impact the politics?
Well, I mean, I think right now the politics is going to impact
the economy.
The tools that our federal government has. I don't think there's a lot of room for Joe Biden's administration to lift the tariffs right now, because I think rightfully so, in terms of politics, the opposition, my party, would come after him and say, hey, you're weak on China, we got to keep the pressure up. So I don't think the politics is going to allow a lot for the off-ramps. But in reality, I think business is going to continue. It will continue in non-sensitive areas the way it has, but I think in the sensitive areas, you're probably still going to have a lot of friction.
All right, Eric, thank you so much for coming on today. Eric Cantor, there, Moelis Vice Chairman and Managing Director. With that, Danny, I'm going to send it back to you. And of course, we'll have plenty more on this throughout the day.
Francine, thank you so much. That is Francine Locko with Eric Cantor, Moelis Vice Chairman and Managing Director, and of course, former House Majority Leader. Very fascinating to hear his take on the 2024 election. Now, elsewhere in geopolitics, the U.S. and UK have pledged billions of dollars in additional aid to Ukraine as the Ukraine Recovery Conference takes place in London. I'm pleased to say that joining Critting and me now on a stop from that conference from Austria is Alexander Schallenberg, Austria's Minister for European and International Affairs. Alexander, thank you so much for joining the program this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Look, you said in March at Butra that Russia is waging an illegal war, unjustified, unprovoked. It's been over a year now. What brings this to an end?
I mean, very easily said, Putin could stop it tomorrow. He started it, he could stop it. And that's the very difference between the Ukrainians, who are fighting so bravely, and the Russians. He could stop it. If Zelensky stops, Ukraine might cease to exist. That is a big difference. And I believe that today's conference has a very important message of hope too, because we're not talking only about, it's not a pledging conference. And yes, Austria will continue to pledge, and we are actually, many people don't know, number one globally as far as humanitarian aid is concerned, as per capita, per GDP in Austria, as far as private and public aid for Ukraine is concerned. But this is another message of hope, saying we are talking about reconstruction already. I'm here accompanied by 6 Austrian companies. We are number 6 investor in Ukraine. We continue to be that. 200 Austrian companies are there, and they're willing to start reconstruction while actually the war is still going on. And there's a big message of hope and commitment to the people of Ukraine.
Right, and you can start that reconstruction now, but just in terms of helping bring this war to a close, will Austria ever help supply weapons to Ukraine? Is that a position and an aid you'd ever give?
No, I mean, this position is very clear. It's known to our Ukrainian friends, and we had actually never demands from their side as far as that is concerned. We continue to be neutral only in military terms. That means that we cannot deliver lethal equipment, but we're doing, as I said, much more on the humanitarian side, and we are very clearly committed. We are not neutral as far as this conflict is concerned. Austria is never neutral as far as values or international law is concerned. And if a P5, a permanent member of Security Council, believes they can apply the rules of the jungle, then Austria won't stand idly by and watch.
Right. Kriti, jump in here.
Minister, good morning from New York. It's Kriti. I want to talk to you about where Austria stands on seizing Russian assets to help for some of the reconstruction measures that you just talked about. What's its stance?
I believe we have to be very cautious. I fully understand the emotionality of the debate, and that is say we have to get, hands on these assets. But we are rule of law states. We are defending international rules-based international order. And so whatever we do in this endeavor has to be absolutely watertight. And it can be challenged, and it might be challenged in front of European courts or American courts. And if any of these actions were to be lifted by a judge, it would be diplomatic and economic disaster, basically. So whatever we do, it has to be absolutely watertight in legal terms.
In terms of pressure from some of your European peers who are actively freezing assets of some of the kind of Russian elite and business tycoons, are you feeling that pressure from your colleagues across the border?
I mean, we have frozen billions already in Austria. 1/10 of all the assets frozen by the European Union have been frozen by the Austrian National Bank. And we are very clear on this. I mean, there's no doubt where we stand. And like Germany, like other countries, yes, we did have business relations. And we had maybe this naive assumption that you can, by creating mutual economic dependencies, sort of minimize political risks. But we have learned our lessons since the 24th of February.
And of course, this idea of neutrality, it is in the Constitution. Do you think that needs to be revisited, especially when it comes to military neutrality?
No, I mean, as I said, we are strictly only in military terms neutral.
Sure.
That means we don't want to join any international organizations such as NATO. We don't want foreign troops in Austria. But we are not neutral in any other respect. And neutrality in this term still has a huge degree of support in Austria. Over 70% of the Austrian population stand behind it. And we shouldn't forget, Austria too is a seat of the UN organization after New York and Geneva.
Right.
It's the only within the European Union. We are seat of the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and 50 other organizations. So this is something where it still has a huge degree of support, but we have done something else. We have very importantly increased our military spending.
Of course.
That is something, a new thing. And yes, we have a government in Austria with the Green Party, a little bit like Germany. And still, this government decided for the first time in decades to massively increase our spending in military in the military infrastructure.
What about a role as a mediator? The Chancellor, of course, met with Putin after the war started. Has Austria had any contact with Russia since then?
I mean, we have to be cautious because mediation needs two sides who want actually to talk. And the president of the Russian Federation has proven again and again, the last time when the African delegation met him in Sochi, that he's actually not willing. He believes he can still settle things on the battleground. And the second point is no talk about Ukraine without Ukraine. I think this must be our principle. Nobody of us, being in the shoes of Ukraine, would like others to talk over our heads about our own future. So these are two principles, and I would be cautious. But yes, we all know that at the end of the day, and that history proves it again and again, peace will never be settled or done on a battlefield. It's always done, even if it's only a ceasefire, at a negotiation table. But here again, it will be our friends and partners in Ukraine who will have to call the shot at the end of the day.
All right, Minister, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it on that note. Thank you so much for joining us.
Me.
That is Alexander Schallenberg, Austria's Minister for European and International Affairs. All right, as we get to the close of the hour, let's take a quick look at what's ahead today on the agenda. We're going to have Fed nomination hearings coming at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, followed by remarks from ECB Schnabel and Joachim Nagel speaking on a panel on inflation in Berlin. 10 a.m., Fed Chair Powell begins his two-day semi-annual testimony to Congress. And finally, Fed President from Chicago, Goolsbee, is going to be at a Wall Street Journal Chicago Food Forum. Pretty.
Certainly something to watch on the macro front. I want to bring it to the micro as well, Danny, because there are two stocks on my radar that I think are worth revisiting. We talked about this earlier in the show. Tesla very much in talks right now, potentially with more investment in India. Elon Musk, coming out of a hotel yesterday, met with a massive press crew right off the heels of a meeting with Prime Minister Modi. We know, of course, that Prime Minister of India is going to be meeting with Biden this week as well. And really, tech is top of the agenda. What kind of factories, what kind of initiative, what kind of investment does India see from a lot of these big tech tycoons, given this kind of push to diversify? The other stock, Danny, you want to keep an eye on is FedEx, of course, moving in the opposite direction as Tesla. Shares down about 3% in the pre-market. Their forecast falling short of estimates from Wall Street. They're talking about a global sales decline of 10% year over year and actually laying off way more people than they expected, about 29,000. So, Danny, some pain in FedEx if you indeed look at that as a proxy for global economic activity.
Yeah, agreed. I completely missed that number until you pointed it out to me this morning. That is a painful number. It's clear it is not just tech. It's not just banking that we have job cuts. Of course, we haven't seen that filter through to the headline jobs number yet, although jobless claims have ticked up. All right, that's it for Early Edition. Surveillance is ahead with Margi Patel of Allspring and former IBM CEO Ginny Rometty. This is Bloomberg.
Venture capital. It's been volatile. From bank crisis anxiety to AI exuberance, Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow chat with the biggest names about the latest tech trends.
Is AI going to dominate the earnings narrative for this sector this week?
I think we're seeing opportunity and potential platform shift that we haven't seen in a long time.
If you're a company today and you're not embracing the changes that are taking place with AI, you're going to be behind.
How do you prove to the investor base that you haven't just tacked on AI to make yourself sexy?
It's very hard to differentiate if you're not experienced with AI.
The startup stories.
We think this is a watershed moment for technology.
Certain categories are more exciting than others. Right now, obviously, generative AI is a category that is very exciting to startup founders, customers, and venture capitalists as well.
So what we are seeing is a new area of opportunities for new founders to come and change the industries that matter.
And the real talk on realistic valuations.
Some of the best opportunities are sitting right in front of us.
How do you discern which ones are good on the marketplace right now?
I think founders have woken up to the reality that taking on more money at higher terms doesn't necessarily play to their benefit in the long run.
How do you actually invest?
Follow the VC money on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West, only on Bloomberg Television. A multi-trillion-dollar industry. There's a lot of ground to cover.
A record year of growth, hand over fist all year.
We're just getting started.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ. Today on Bloomberg.
The markets are fighting the Fed, as they've frankly been doing all year.
The U.S. economy is just a lot more resilient than what the Fed, what economists more broadly were ultimately giving it credit for.
It should have been a really clear signal. Forget about the chance of cutting this year.
Powell has a tough job. He's going to have to sell, yes, we can get inflation down, but without a major recession coming.
The only way that I can really see the central banks being able to have that smooth runway would be inflation coming down off its own accord.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene from Core Inflation Headquarters in New York, radio and television. Good morning on a United Kingdom Wednesday. Lisa, the message from Britain is simple. Inflation is sticky.
Core inflation getting to the highest level going back 31 years. It was supposed to stay the same. It is just mind-boggling when you think about just the fact that they have been fighting inflation. They have been raising rates. We were talking about some sort of recession. And now, what are we talking about? The possibility of 6% Bank of England rates. I mean, what are we talking about to get this down?
6% number, and Bloomberg with a really good set of charts off our United Kingdom economics desk today. And Bloomberg reports here on the way we've rolled over from the agony of the pandemic inflation, and United Kingdom just can't get it done versus Europe and versus a much better America.
You've asked a really good question in the past, which is how much is this having to do with Brexit? Right? How much is this because of the labor dynamics?
Can we go there before 10 o'clock?
Hold on a second. But there is this question. Is it the I word? Is it idiosyncratic? How idiosyncratic are the stories of inflation in the various regions around the world versus something more uniform due to the distortions post-pandemic and in a new deglobalized or reglobalized world?
We're going to cover this today, folks, because this is important. It certainly moved the markets to an extent. But you know, I sit here and I just look at every country is different. What I have to constantly remind myself is the United Kingdom is essentially, as an analog, 1/7 the size of the United States. And I just wonder about scale dynamics of Europe, of China, of the United States versus an island. I mean, I just think it's a different story.
Which is the reason why perhaps it's not easy. It's not easy to just simply say, well, Australia surprised the upside, Canada surprised the upside with respect to rate hikes, so too should the Federal Reserve. And yet here we are. The fact that around the world you have a situation with inflation surprising to the upside. What does Fed Chair Jay Powell say when he faces Congress about the Hawkward pause, right? We talked about that yesterday with Peter Hooper of Deutsche Bank. How does he justify it?
Hawkward. Okay, I'm not there yet on a Hawkward. Ben Laidler writing, thank you, Ben, for joining us yesterday. And I like how he puts it. And Lisa, you followed this. John's followed even better than both. So Pharaoh's on assignment, folks. Just it's a continued assignment here.
Yeah.
It's an assignment. But the basic idea here, Ben Laidler says, is we're back to Liz Trussonomics. I think that for Americans is maybe better. Yields up like the agony of the turmoil there with the prime minister.
The markets aren't cooperating with a narrative that makes sense to me. If you look at the pound, substantially weaker. This makes sense when it comes to inflation, but not if you expect the Bank of England to really respond to it. You're not seeing two-year UK yields at the highest levels going back a chunk of time. People are trying to figure out how far they're willing to go. And this, to me, is the key conundrum. How do central banks hike into recession, hike into slowness, hike into something that needs to happen, according to some people, in order to bring inflation to the levels that they want?
Sterling out to 127. Let's fold it into the data check this morning. And Lisa, I'm going to begin with 2-cent spread. This is the difference in yield, folks, between the 2-year and the 10-year, the vanilla spread. And as yields move up here, and, you know, I'm not in the 4% watch on the 30-year bond, 3.82%. But I've got further inversion out to 97 basis points. I'm going to say for the first time this morning, again, we're on the 100 basis point watch for a 2-year, 1 full percentage point higher than the U.S. 10-year.
From May 4th to today, benchmark two-year yields in the U.S. have risen by about 100 basis points to 4.7%. You've had a complete repricing of some of the rate hikes that people had previously priced out. So I'm watching that and trying to figure out what this dovetails with respect to the UK call.
Quickly, a data check here. It's more lively than yesterday. We struggled yesterday. Bramall, you didn't see it on the Bramall cam. There is evidence. She snoozed off at one point. The data was so quiet. Fractional move in the stock market. The VIX, importantly, under 14, 13.75. Some real oddity in the volatility space. We'll talk about that. BitDog gets a lift here, big lift off, big players coming into the Bitcoin.
I saw that.
I don't understand it, but 26,000 to 29,000.
There was a BlackRock ETF that was tied to the Bitcoin.
So I'm going to be able to buy BitDog in my 401k. Is that what you're
All
telling me?
I know is that there was some kind of discussion about a number of institutions coming in. Here's what we're watching today. 10 a.m. Fed Chair Jay Powell heading to Capitol Hill for his two-day semi-annual monetary policy report. He is going to be testifying in front of the House today. The awkward pause. We heard this from Peter Hooper. How does he justify? I do, because it is awkward. How does he justify why they didn't go now if they're looking out at inflation that is sticky? Core CPI, yes, it's come in. We're still looking at a 5.3% core inflation read in the U.S. Austin Goolsbee also speaking today around 12:30 p.m. in Chicago. Today, also on the Fed front, nominees, Fed governors Philip Jefferson and Lisa Cook, as well as Adriana Kugler, currently U.S. representative to the World Bank, all heading to the Senate Banking Committee, at least some members of it, to possibly get their confirmation process underway. We heard from Philip Jefferson yesterday, and he kind of was a little bit more dovish than some of the other members. And even though he was emphasizing the inflation fight, I wonder, this sort of dual mandate starts to take on something a little bit more interesting.
He's a first-rate economist. I mean, the guy's hugely qualified to take any job at the Fed you'd want to choose. But he's also a different economist than others. You don't have the rigorous mathematics, the John Williams, Richard Clare rigor, the Bill Dudley rigor, frankly, from Goldman Sachs. It's a different flavor, but within that is still first-rate ability.
And we'll get into some of his comments from yesterday. Also today, just to note, President Biden is hosting Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the White House. This one is going to be interesting, Tom, especially given the questions around the Ukraine and support versus Russia, as well as the technological outreach of some of the U.S. companies that are looking to India as a place of growth.
Is that our brief for today?
Correct.
Okay. This was, China, I mean, it's still, I mean, the news overnight of China, President Biden was just stating that a D-word dictator. I mean, I thought that really leapt out at me as well. Lots of news flow today, and we'll keep you covered on that through the morning. The two-year yield, 4.71%. Following all this, excuse me, I think I got the air conditioning plague is what we're going to call it right now. Margie Patel joins us, and this is a wonderful way to start the show this morning. Senior Portfolio Manager, Allspring Global Investments, with the courage to look at dividends and dividend growth is a bond proxy. Where's that balance right now, Margie, between capturing yield in the bond market versus capturing dividend growth in the equity market?
Well, the short-term treasury yields are very tempting, no doubt about it. But if you look at U.S. companies, they've actually never been better positioned. They're in a position to raise their dividends over the next few years. They're globally competitive. They have great balance sheets. And so I think that you have to look beyond this gasp of very high short-term rates and look at dividend plays, I think, and you'll make more money over several years.
Is UPS and FedEx, are they still the bellwethers going forward of the U.S. economic trajectory? And I ask this after FedEx reported earnings last night.
Well, I think they certainly reflect traffic and are a good picture of the economy. But whether they themselves are a good indicator by their profitability, I'm not so sure. I think the market's gotten more and more selective as far as what companies can have sustained profitability. And I'd say they look like companies that are really under pressure for a lot of reasons.
Well, I guess the reason why I ask this is because are we seeing an economy that is softening pretty substantially, as represented by the fact that FedEx reported lower revenues than people expected, just simply on volumes, not on their pricing power, even at a time when there are other companies having a secular breakout that don't necessarily represent the economy? Is that the best way to think about investing in a stock market that's increasingly divorced from an underlying economy?
Well, I think what it says is the companies, the sectors that can have above average growth at a time of low economic growth. I mean, maybe we'll be clocking along at, say, 1%, maybe 2%, maybe have a recession. So that says the amount of growth winners are relatively few. And I think that's why you've seen a certain group of stocks really do well and everything else is left behind.
Margie, are we starting a second leg of a bull market? You mentioned American, maybe a good place that American equities are in right now, American corporations. Can you identify a second leg of a bull market from October?
Well, I would say that we had this year really two big bursts of the market moving. One, and they were really driven by Fed liquidity. One was when Silicon Valley Bank failed. You had the Fed provide ample liquidity. The market took off. And again, when we had the debt ceiling talks, again, we had another burst of liquidity. So I think the Fed is going to be torn between stability, their goals of trying to raise short rates, and yet providing liquidity when we have some sort of a crisis that they feel they have to step in and avert. And I think that's why Powell sometimes seems like he's talking about both sides of the market.
Margie, I want to tilt to bonds here right now. And the raging debate on Bloomberg surveillance is the placement of a portfolio, whether it's an individual investor or someone fancy like Allspring, on duration. Give us the Patel balance of duration right now.
Well, I think medium duration, that is a duration of, say, 5 to 7 years, is really about the best place to be because you capture most of the yield that you get by extending maturity, but you're not so far out that you're vulnerable if there'd be a huge spike up in rates. You can still make money if yields fall in the middle part of the curve.
You specialize in bonds, Margie, and yet for a lot of the past year, you've been really highlighting your stock investments. And I'm wondering how that's shifted over the past years. Are you starting to shift a little bit more toward bonds and less toward equities, or are you keeping it more heavily weighted in the stock sphere?
Well, last year, bonds, treasuries, and corporates were not a haven at all. The market went down, and actually bonds, many sectors of the bond market actually underperformed the equity market, so they weren't very defensive. This year, everything except for that group of, say, a dozen names, high-cap equity names, everything is sort of low to mid-single digits. But I still think that there's a risk that we could see treasury rates actually move higher, especially in the short end. So I think that equities, because companies have restructured the balance sheets, are a better place to be. It's hard to buy at the absolute low, but I think you'll be paid over the next, say, year or two with their growth.
No, you're going to be paid by coupon. Let's call Dan Fuss here, the legendary Dan Fuss from Boston as well, Margie Patel. Are we clipping coupons or are we managing for total return?
Well, I think in the high yield sector, you have a chance to do both. And I actually think that's the most defensive part of the high yield, the fixed income market, ironically. Yields are, say, 7 to 8.5%. Most bonds are trading between, say, 90, 95 cents on the dollar. So if yields fell, you'd have a chance of a little capital appreciation. And defaults in high yield space looks very low, a little over 3% right now. And actually, the loan market has higher default rates. So it tells you that the construction of the high yield market is actually very high quality compared to historically. We have not seen much of a spike in defaults.
Margie, thank you so much. Margie Patel, Allspring at Global Investments. Lisa, to me, the takeaway there is you got to be in the market. I mean, I don't hear Margie Patel's talking cash is king.
No. In fact, even talking about the fact that short-term bond yields look attractive, but so too do 5 to 7 year bonds, which actually you can hold for that maturity. This is a tension right now, and you've talked about it. If you are getting yield in cash, what's the incentive to move out other than FOMO, right? What is going to be the next catalyst for the next leg of some sort of returns, or do you just have faith that stocks will do what they always do, which is go up, right? Over history, over the past few decades, that has sort of been what has happened. This, to me, is a tension that I hear underplaying a lot of people who are trying to justify why they've lagged behind as much as they have so far this year.
Yeah, my basic take here is the bulls and the bears are all modeling the E of PE earnings. Some are looking for a less resilient earnings story. Some are saying, you know, earnings may not so much deliver, but actually be good. But the real issue is the PE expansion. Costin over at Goldman Sachs talked about this, the idea of that good feeling that we have. And forget about the big tech. It's also evident in other blue chip stocks.
Although, to be fair, just to sort of double down on what FedEx did yesterday, they gave a 2024 profit outlook that was below expectations, not on the amount that they were able to charge. They're able to charge plenty more, but volumes lower. that really speaks to something that's very uncomfortable for the Fed, increasing inflation even in the midst of a slowdown.
Sterling 127.05. The headline story today is United Kingdom core inflation back decades. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
has a long way to go. And then he repeats the phrase we used as our key quote last week. Nearly all FOMC participants expect that it will be appropriate to raise interest rates somewhat further by the end of the year. But at last week's meeting, considering how far and how fast we have moved, we judged it prudent to hold the target range steady to allow the committee to assess additional information and its implications for monetary policy. His diagnosis of the economy, the same. The labor market remains tight, and the inflation numbers are well above their long-term 2% goal. They are seeing tightening in interest rate sensitive sectors, but the extent of that is uncertain, and they'll make decisions meeting by meeting. And in making those decisions, they will look at the cumulative tightening of monetary policy, the lagged effects on economic activity and inflation, and economic and financial development. So if you liked what Jay Powell said last Wednesday, you're going to like it again today.
Sounds like over-communication to me. Mike McKee, can he move the markets today?
Well, he could. The question is going to have to be asked in the question and answer period of what do you mean by additional firming? Do you really think you're going to want to go 50 basis points as the new dot plot suggests? And if so, when are you going to do that? You said July was a live meeting. Do you anticipate raising rates in July? And would you go 25 or 50 basis points? Is this going to be an every other meeting kind of move? Those are going to be the questions that could move markets today. Powell also likely going to talk about bank reform, new regulations after the March issues, but that's not going to move anybody's needle.
Mike, an improvement would be if you could be the congressman from New York or whatever, and you could ask a question of Powell at the Humphrey Hawkins testimony. That would be a big improvement, I think, this morning. Michael McKee, thank you so much as we look towards this important testimony by the chairman. Frances Donald is with Manual Life, global chief economist and strategist. She's very good at writing blistering bullet points that cut to the chase. We're going to cut to the chase, which is we all know the U.S. is way out front on inflation versus what we saw in the United Kingdom today, and even Europe, Japan being the oddity as well. And you look at the nonlinearity here. You pick the 0.3%. The answer is core inflation's coming down. There's a little bit of a vector in place, but you say the path to 2% is going to be brutal.
Well, the path to 3% is probably going to be quite easy. We'll be there in the next couple of months, and then a lot of people will claim victory. Yeah, for sure.
Why?
And
I don't see it.
Well, a huge element of this is base effects that are coming through. That's just a big part of it.
Looking back 12 months ago.
But you do point out something really critical, which is that if we talk in year over year, inflation is healing. But for most Americans and, in fact, global citizens of the world, their price pressures are not coming down. They're still paying substantially more than they did several years ago and are still going to have that embedded view that prices are substantially higher. And that's why these central banks, the Fed, the Bank of Canada, the Reserve Bank of Australia, the BOE, cannot imply that rate cuts are coming. If they do that, we will see a reinflation of inflation expectations.
But they've basically said that. And you're still seeing a group of people say inflation is going to be hotter for longer. They don't have what it takes to actually come through with these expectations. So at this point, if they don't raise rates further, will they lose the battle with inflation?
Well, no, because a big segment of inflation is not coming from interest rate sensitive sectors. Yes, some portion of it is, but we are in a new paradigm in which inflation is being driven. I know we've said it for years now, more by global, more by supply side factors. So as we move forward, and this is why, this year's interesting, the July meeting is interesting, but what keeps me up at night is 2024 and onwards, because we're heading into an environment where 2 to 3% inflation, in our view, will become the norm, and central banks are going to have to make a decision. Do they continue to launch us into recessions or lower growth in order to put us towards 2%? Or do they admit that the nature of inflation is changing and 2 to 3% is more what we're going to be looking at?
This is so important, and there's a lot to unpack within this. If 2 to 3% becomes 3 to 4%, how do they make sure it stays within a certain range and keep their credibility? Are you saying that it would be a mistake for this Federal Reserve to go to 5.5% or even 6% in terms of a Fed funds rate in order to bring inflation down faster, because all they would do would be to torpedo the economic growth without necessarily changing that paradigm?
What I'm saying is that it's a mistake to ask central banks to solve inflation all by themselves. That as the nature of inflation changes, we have to have some hard conversations about what we're asking global central bankers to do. Now, the Fed has a little bit of an out because it has a dual mandate. It can look towards the employment side of the picture, which, by the way, they're going to have to change the metrics they look at in order to do that. There are other central banks that have single mandates that are only targeting inflation. Those central banks are going to have to say, what is the cost of 2% now that the nature of inflation is changing?
If you see the disinflationary trajectory you're outlining, a soon-to-be serious disinflation, what does as a labor component non-farm payrolls do? I mean, we have people that come on that suggest we could see an abrupt decline in non-farm payrolls. Do you buy it?
Here's the issue with the employment data. Now, in the past, we would look at non-farm payrolls as a good indicator. We would look at the unemployment rate, which, of course, is what the Federal Reserve
So what do you look
looks
at if you're not looking at them?
I am looking at weekly hours worked, among other indicators. And the reason for that is we have companies that have been very clear they are still scarred by the labor shortages that have persisted over the past several years. They will attempt to cut costs, likely in ways that are not laying people off. But what we're likely to see is you stay employed, you get to check that box, but the amount of hours that you're asked to work decline. Now, weekly hours is already back to pre-COVID levels, and yet I hear all the time, but the labor market's on fire. Well, not if you look at the actual amount of labor being consumed in this environment. The unemployment rate is still going to be probably rising very slowly. We don't actually have it going above 5%, even in a recession, but the amount of labor consumed is going to be lower.
Right.
This is why our metrics have to broaden.
Lisa mentioned earlier something we've talked about in surveillance for quarters, I would say now, which is the solution is patience and expansion of the x-axis where they stay higher for longer. To me, that's just it's a more efficacious move than to worry about 25, 50 beeps up, down. Do you buy that?
Absolutely. Well, the solution to most things is patience, Tom and Lisa. I agree with you on that one. So when we discuss our forecasts, yes, we have penciled in one more rate hike for July, but what we spend much more time thinking about is the response to the next recession. And at this point, what we're looking at in 2024 is, yes, the central banks do cut, the Federal Reserve does cut, but only towards what they view as neutral, that they don't actually go into easing territory, they stay restrictive. And of course, that brings a question that I know you love to ask on this. What the heck is neutral? That we don't know for sure.
When you talk about the resilience in the face of the rate hikes and the lack of interest rate sensitivity in certain areas, what do you make of the fact that markets have continued to rally, that we've erased all of the losses incurred since the beginning of the rate hikes, and that we've seen two-year yields rise by 100 basis points in the past month and a half?
I think you used the word reckoning earlier, which is, I think, an important moment. We have historically, for my entire career, believed that as you face a recession, central banks respond. And indeed, my job on the buy side working for an asset manager is to input our forecast to see what different asset classes are going to do. In a recession, we start saying, okay, there's going to be an opportunity for equities, for fixed income throughout this. But when we start modeling recessions without material rate cuts or with less rate cuts, then we actually see a very different asset class return. It is not a standard recession playbook. So what I think is happening now is a market that's coming to that realization that recession or bank failures does not equal rate cuts. This is a paradigm change from how we've looked at things.
So why is there such a resilience, right? If that's not going to be rate cuts to the rescue, is that reckoning going to be lower, or is it going to be that maybe this economy just isn't interest rate sensitive in the way many people expected?
There is an element of that, and there's certainly no shortage of soft landing. Now, the issue I have with that and why I think there's a disconnect right now between equities, which are being distorted by the AI story, there's no question about that, and fundamentals, is that every single leading indicator of a recession is flashing red. Deeply red, Lisa, like flashing red. So even if I say to my team, okay, I want you to cut in half those indicators, is it still a recession? The answer is yes. So if you want to make the point that it's a soft landing, you have to discredit the bulk of indicators that have traditionally told us a recession. And you can do that. And there are some strategists that have made very good points about excess savings and labor shortages, but I'm not quite there yet. So a recession ahead means there's a disconnect between prices and fundamentals. That's when we make money, Lisa.
30 seconds, quick. Is the stock market disassociated from your cautious economic view?
Yes, but that's okay. We have tactical time frames, medium time frames. Macro is not everything all of the time.
Canadian thing, medium time frame.
As much as I would like macro to be the driver, sometimes you have to trade off of momentum, technicals, and sentiment. If you're a tactical portfolio manager, that's the moment. And recession may still be a couple months away. So sometimes there's a disconnect. Depending on your time frame, that's also an opportunity.
Frances, thank you so much. Frances Donald with us with Emmanuel Life. of Montreal and Manulife Investment Management, I should say, as well. Yeah, I look at this, and there's like, as we know, that's what makes surveillance go. There's 42 different opinions, 42 different flavors out there.
I love what Francis was saying about every indicator flashing red. How many people have said, well, the indicators are broken? How many people are saying this is a different time? And nobody wants to say this time is different, but everybody's saying this time is different. And more people are saying soft landing, no recession, simply because, we are seeing a pandemic distortion that we haven't seen since 1918.
The 210 spread out to 97 basis points. On the SPX, Standard & Poor's 500 down 0.2%.
I will just say that I'm going to be filling in for John Farrow in the next hour. And coming up, we've got some incredible guests we're going to be speaking with as we bring you into the open. Brian Weinstein of Morgan Stanley, he can weigh in on this. Anastasia Amoroso, iCapital, and Patrick Frizzetti of Hightower. And we'll be talking about this dissonance that we've been seeing about these forecasts for recession that people are kind of ignoring more and more, even as the Fed kind of is getting uncomfortable by not.
My head's spinning from the opinions today. They're all over the place. I mean, it's extraordinary to me, the difference. Somebody had mentioned the word dispersion. I think it was Alicia Levine of BNY Mellon mentioned the earnings dispersion. There's a theory dispersion going on right now. I mean, I literally could write it. I do like a LinkedIn essay on that. There's a theory dispersion out there.
When it comes to how long rates have to be high, when it comes to whether we are going into a higher rate environment, as Francis was talking about, for the longer term, or whether we're talking about something going back to what we used to know with respect to low rates and low inflation. And that's the dispersion. We have completely disparate views on that.
I mean, I'm looking at 210 spread plunging here in the last number of minutes, no doubt off the Powell testimony, and the non-event of it, as Michael McKee covered. We'll have that for you on Bloomberg here later this morning. But we're at 97 basis points. The difference in yield between the 2-year and the 10-year is almost 1 full percentage point, the 2-year higher. And it's moving with some real strength, is another way to put it.
It's really within spitting distance of the lowest going back to 1981, the last time the Fed was on this type of hiking cycle.
Some of the historic scale, of course, we saw that in the United Kingdom this morning. Thanks to Neil Shearing of Capital Economics. It was just wonderful on UK analysis. Futures at -11, the VIX stunning, 13.80. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
You're so intimately linked to the future of the UK. What are you seeing when you go to branches and in the country?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of anxiety at the moment. I think the recovery from the pandemic has been and is continuing to be very strong. So I think we're seeing the economy recover. But with rising interest rates, with inflation, those are things that peoples and families and businesses haven't had to deal with for 10 years. So a lot of business owners today haven't had to operate in that environment. So it's causing quite a lot of anxiety, which means, for us, because we're up and down the country in branches and offices, we can spend a lot of time talking to businesses and helping them plan and deal with it. But it is, it's very different, and it's not something people have had to operate in for a long time.
Our studios in New York and San Francisco. Our expert hosts of the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch. Plus, the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television, your global business authority.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges next.
Was going to keep rain World Cup. This is a 3.
As the economic picture down. Is it the okay is getting ready to make
I think we can all agree that the economy is a lot less interest rate sensitive than we thought. The way we're characterizing the economy is an economic malaise. We thought the probability of recession spiked with the banking crisis, but now we think that's come back down. And so we're really looking at an economic malaise more or less than a recession on the horizon.
Chris Harvey at Wells Fargo, really interesting there with a bullish construction on the market and a terrific analog study back to the late 1990s into 2000, 2001 on the tech boom that we're all living. I really urge you to find that report from Wells Fargo. Chris Harvey from Wells Fargo this morning. I wanted to take a pause here, and I understand it's mid-morning in the United States of America, but what's going on in the United Kingdom is absolutely extraordinary. Lisa Abramowitz just mentioned the writings of Mohammed El-Arian just out moments ago. It's something we'll digest through the day. We'll look at all the different economists. Neil Shearing, thank you for joining us earlier. But I thought we needed someone grizzled and ancient who really understands the value and dynamic of foreign exchange and sterling dynamics as they tell the story of the United Kingdom. It is a fear about core inflation. It's a fear that clearly we'll hear from Capitol Hill types talking to Chairman Powell this morning. And we get a brief now from London. Jeremy Stretch joins us, head of G10 FX strategy at the Canadian CIBC. Jeremy, thank you on short notice for joining us. I just thought your note was absolutely brilliant. The regression on cable, on sterling US dollar, is just simply weaker sterling since 2016 and Brexit. Is that slight, modest, measured depreciation still in place? Is there still a structurally weak sterling?
Well, thanks for the introduction, Tom, with the grizzled veteran element. But I think in the context of sterling, I think we have to remember that this week will mark the 7th anniversary of the UK population deciding that it wanted to exit the European Union. As a consequence of that vote, then we did revise down, or we would assume that there is a lower threshold for an equilibrium value of sterling than would have otherwise have been the case. So we are in this sort of lower for longer trajectory because macroeconomic activity will be less robust. And ultimately, as we're just demonstrating in terms of the recent inflation print, the structural inflation dynamics are somewhat higher. And clearly, when you have an inflation differential, which unfortunately is in favor of the UK relative to elsewhere, that invariably implies and results in a currency which needs to depreciate and underperform. So we have seen a sterling recovery from obviously those lows that we saw back in the autumn of last year during the Truss fiscal debacle, when there was that immediate fear of parity. But I think we're now in a situation where we're back into a sort of a 120, 140 range as a sort of longer-term fair value range. And ultimately, if we do get to the midpoint of that, I think it's tough to see any obvious reasons or suggestions to move substantially higher.
If I was in London with Francine Lacroix, we'd be looking at euro sterling, folks. But because of its 8:49 Wall Street time, I'm going to really stay on cable here, which is sterling dollar. And, you know, I look at this Jeremy Stretch, and the obvious idea is how much can sterling reach out, even given the challenges of the greater United Kingdom? Dare I say we get back to a 140 like 2018 or early summer 2021?
No, I think that is by far a step too far. So if we have that sort of 120, 140 range as the sort of the basic broader principles for the sort of sterling trading range, I think it's tough to see how we were going to get to the upper extremities of that range over the course of the foreseeable future, because clearly, as UK terminal rates have been pushed higher over the course of the last month or so in particular, as the inflation pressures have become amplified, then if we do see terminal rates being priced at a roughly a 6% threshold, which we have done periodically, then that just amplifies the recession risks vis-a-vis the UK into 2024. So whilst we can talk about the hard landing or otherwise in terms of the US, I think the UK is infinitely weaker in terms of its fundamental story relative to where the US is. So it's rather difficult to see how we can see a material appreciation of sterling beyond the sort of maybe 130, 132 extremes over the course of the next 12 to 18 months. So I think that 140 threshold, I think, is very much off the agenda for the foreseeable future, unless you take a materially weaker dollar narrative than we would be prepared to accept as far as CRBC is concerned.
Jeremy, I want to get to a dollar discussion, but I really got to look at renminbi on an absolute devaluation tear here. Renminbi from 6.70 yuan breaching out this morning, folks, to 7.18. The high was 7.19 yuan. This is on a tear. Jeremy, from where CIBC sits with all of its Asian heritage, is this an orchestrated depreciation, or dare I say devaluation by Beijing, or is this a free and floating currency?
Well, of course, it's not technically a fully freely floating currency, but I think investors are looking at the macro dynamics in China and particularly reorientating their expectations of the reopening narrative and coming back to the conclusion that clearly the macro dynamics that we'd hoped for as China reopened are not as constructive and robust as we had hoped for or anticipated. And so we are seeing the currency depreciate and reflecting that weaker economic performance. Also, I think investors were obviously a little bit nervous or a little bit disappointed in the context of that reduction in the 5-year rate earlier in the week, because there had been some hopes that there would be a greater reduction to try and stimulate the real estate sector a little more aggressively. So I think it's more a case of disappointment regarding the reopening narrative. I don't think it's necessarily a managed depreciation or anything of that magnitude. And I think if we do see anything north of 720 in the nearer term, I think that does feel as though that downtrend in the CNH is relatively fully valued. And ultimately, I would still expect by the end of the year that we're probably going to be trading back towards the 7 threshold and perhaps a little bit back below it.
On radio and television, Jeremy Stretch, CIBC, with us this morning. Let me get back to the center tendency, which, of course, our American audience is most focused on, which is dollar durability as well. Jeremy, I've been worn out by people calling for weak dollar. It just really doesn't happen. Give us an update on the CIBC view on the full faith and credit dollar.
Well, I think in the nearer term, I think there is still some value to be had in the dollar. I think in the context of the Fed, I think the market is still perhaps underpricing the possibility of the Fed pushing through not just one July hike, but I think possibly September 1 as well. So I think that's underpriced for the market. So I think they can and should see the dollar gain some traction off the back of that. And I was just listening with interest to some of the conversation you had with Francis Donald earlier from Manulife. And we would agree that I think the Fed will certainly hold rates at a restricted level for somewhat longer. So I think that's also supportive for the dollar valuation. However, having said that, I think there is still that globalized demand for that diversification away from dollars over time. So I think in the next 2 to 3 months, we can still see the dollar making gains and still being pretty robustly supported. But I think over the medium run, so sort of 6 months and beyond, then I think we can see just a graduated but modest degree of reduction in dollar valuations.
John emails in from Capri. John, thank you so much for listening to us on Bloomberg Radio this morning, or this afternoon, I should say, over lunch in Capri. John in Capri wants to know, Jeremy, what's the tradable pair right now? Where is the opportunity among all the pairs you look at?
Well, I think in the context of all the pairs, I think you need to look at those that are probably becoming most dislocated from market rate expectations. So I think certainly, as I say, I think there is valuation in terms of the dollar story as we reprice the Fed over the course of the next 2 to 3 months. I think in the yen, I think there can and should be some opportunities in the yen as well, because markets are giving back their expectation of any policy change from the BOJ, but I think we shouldn't downgrade that. And I think in terms of some of the Scandinavian currencies, we've seen those pretty beaten up over the course of the ensuing months. And I think there's certainly some potential there for a snapback if we start to see that sort of downside risk in terms of the global story starting to find a little bit of a base. And I think that would be much more constructive for some of those Scandinavian currencies as well.
Terrific brief. Jeremy Stretch, thank you so much, particularly there in the United Kingdom. He's with CIBC in London. I really can't say enough, folks, about the shock that we saw this morning on core CPI in the United Kingdom. I don't care how far removed you are, like I'm removed from it. The duration back, as I believe Lisa mentioned, 31 years back, to see that kind of persistent core inflation, and as Dr. Alarian mentions, the societal effect of that is really something. Jerome Powell to speak this morning. That will be important. Michael McKee with his treatment of those embargoed headlines. This afternoon, this off of Bloomberg Technology in the 3:30 hour. Look for the president, the chief executive officer, Antonio Neri of Hewlett-Packard Enterprises. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
I'd like to kick off with a very simple question. Has the whole Brexit process been messier, less messy, or as messy as you expected way back in 2016?
Was it as messy as we thought it would be? Probably was, and I tell you why, because of the fundamental mismatch between, if you like, rational policy in the UK and what was, in a sense, performative ideology in the UK. And I think that was the problem. We could have had the deal, the so-called Windsor deal, several years ago, but the Johnson government simply did not want a deal on those terms.
But I think for the short to medium term, the next 3 to 5 years, the Brexit will be net negative on the UK economy, no question about it. What happens over the longer term depends on what the British establishment or the future UK governments do. One, I do think ultimately they will finish up in the next 10 or 15 years putting some kind of, I call it a trade deal with Europe similar to Norway or Switzerland. I disagree with Declan. I think they will pay into a European budget. I think they will have no choice. It is too big. The fundamental strength of the single market is something that is too attractive for the UK economy to be excluded from.
Maybe the messier part is yet to come.
Did art conservation help you in any way to be a better investor? And should a lot of good investors learn how to be an art conservator as well, or not?
I think in conservation and art history and liberal arts, I think differently than a lot of people that have just done finance. And also, I think I mentioned one of the things is to do conservation, you have to really do a lot of pre-work before you actually do a treatment. And so a lot of that pre-work is very similar to what I do in due diligence for investments. Lots of testing, lots of thinking about what could go wrong, lots of research. When I was an art historian, that was in the old days before the internet, but you'd sit in the stacks and you'd pull one thing in a bibliography on this and you'd sort of, like a mosaic theory, put all these things together. I feel like I do that in my due diligence.
When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
From New York City for our viewers worldwide, I'm Lisa Abramowitz in for Jonathan Farrow. A softer tone for day two, led by the NASDAQ. The longer the session goes, the more the losses build. The countdown to the open starts right now.
Everything you need to get set for the start of U.S. trading. This is Bloomberg, The Open, with Jonathan Farrow.
Coming up, investors are cautious ahead of Powell's congressional testimony. Global central banks feeling the heat as UK inflation surges to a 31-year high. And as Tesla's world, we're just living on it. We begin with the big issue, all eyes on Powell.
We've got Jerome Powell.
Powell's testimony on Capitol Hill.
Powell has a tough job.
They didn't do themselves any favors, frankly, skipping.
He has a split view on the Hill.
There will be questions about what makes you up your hikes again.
He definitely needs to sound hawkish at the testimony.
He needs to be a bit hawkish.
As hawkish as possible.
He's going to strike a balance, perhaps a little bit on the dovish side.
He's going to have to sell, yes, we can get inflation down, but without a major recession coming.
Can we get a bit more clarity on the message from last week?
It's been a communication dropping of the baton here, and we need to get it back in line.
Powell was unwilling to commit to July.
I'm very curious to see how the market reacts when Powell speaks.
If he pulls this off, it'll be unprecedented for a Fed chair.
Joining us now is iCapital's Anastasia Amoroso and Morgan Stanley's Brian Weinstein. Thank you so much for being with us. Anastasia, what are you expecting to hear from Jay Powell? Is he going to be doing a cleanup job in what we heard last week?
Well, I think so, Lisa. I mean, the message that he really delivered to the markets last week is that we're making progress on inflation, but we're not quite done. And I think what the markets really heard is the first part of that sentence, which is we're making progress and the conditions are in place and we're close to our destination. And I think he did a really good job delivering that message. And again, it resonated as the markets rallied. But now he may want to focus really on the second part of that message, which is the part where we're not quite done. I mean, inflation in the U.S. is 4 or 5%. It is not yet on pace to 2%. And so I think he may reiterate that that may require some more tightening. And at the very least, it's going to require us keeping 5.25% for a prolonged period of time. So I would, as a lot of the speakers just said, I would expect a hawkish tilt to this for sure.
Brian, what are you looking for today?
You know, I think Powell did what he wanted to do last week. I think he was intentionally, I guess, hawkishly vague. He wants to hike, but they really want more time, Lisa, right? They don't want to do anything at all. I think to have no dissent in that meeting, he promised that he would speak hawkishly, and that July was in play. But if you look at the market's reaction, I think it's not far from what they wanted. The market's pricing in a soft landing. It looks pretty good. So he'll be hawkish, but I don't think he'll break any new ground.
Well, this is the surprising aspect to me. They have the market convinced that they are going to raise rates and hold them there for longer. There's a pricing out of rate cuts later this year. There's been 100 basis points of an increase in two-year yields just since early May. Anastasia, why have risk assets continued to rally even in the face of a hawkish prognostication and a belief in markets?
Yeah, I think it's two reasons. It's first of all positioning and this chasing that we've been talking about. And second of all, it's this belief in economic activity and that it continues to hold up. And I think both of those things are credible. You know, it's great that investors have been adding risk here. They hopefully have benefited from this rally. And at the same time, we know the U.S. economy is holding up thanks to the consumer. We got the retail sales last week, for example, kind of confirming that. So I think there are really good reasons. And Lisa, it also speaks to me that there is some constructive developments in this market, as despite the fact that we priced out all the rate cuts that we've previously priced in, the market is rallying. So that does tell you that there's more to it than just us trying to bet on the Fed cutting rates. So I find that to be a constructive development. Now, having said that, the positioning and the chasing is no longer likely to be the big tailwind that it was for the last 6 or 7 weeks. And that's why, as you know, things go parabolic. They don't do so in perpetuity. If the right catalyst comes along, they tend to correct, at least partially. And I think we're looking at a catalyst this week, which is potentially hawkish Fed Chair Powell.
Well, Brian, do you agree that the signal from equities, from risk assets, from riskier securities in the bond space rallying even in the face of higher yields is actually constructive? Or do you think that this is the ostrich syndrome of people hiding in the sand?
Well, Lisa, when I look at where to hide, I mean, we've all spoken about cash ad nauseum, right? Investors are speaking with their wallets. 5% is great in the front end. Long forwards in risk-free rates are in the mid-threes. I just don't think it's high enough. So I think investors are happy to take 5% on one end of the barbell. But when I look at 10-year treasuries, I don't think it's not high enough yet. So it doesn't surprise me that given earnings are holding up, we seem to be getting some rebound in economic activity, housing, other places, consumer is okay. I'm surprised the yield curve hasn't bear steepened if they want to challenge the Fed until we get higher yields on the longer part of the curve. I think people continue to buy risky assets.
Well, exactly to that point, Brian, we heard from Mohamed El-Arian. He wrote a column earlier this morning, the president of Queen's College in Cambridge and formerly of PIMCO. He wrote, the implications extend beyond Britain in a multifaceted way. He was talking about the UK inflation rate. Today's UK data serves as a reminder to all that there is a real cost to falling behind in the inflation battle, and one that increases over time. It erodes the credibility of policymaking when it's already struggling to respond to more complicated problems. From your vantage point, Brian, is this what you're looking for? Basically, people saying, okay, maybe they're not that serious about fighting inflation, and to start pushing up the yield in the long end to indicate something that creates a bit more pressure.
Yes, I mean, when we get to minus 100 on the yield curve, which is 2/10 around where we are, 90 or so, it's historically very, very flat, and you wonder if the market wants to push back on the Fed, if Powell's testimony is not hawkish enough, if the Fed meeting didn't do enough for the market, where is that risk premium, right? That's what could challenge risk assets, give investors a real alternative out the yield curve in fixed income. It's just not there. I do expect if we get any strength in the data to continue here, that we're going to start to test that, and we're going to see if this Fed really does want to hike rates or not.
Anastasia, from your vantage point, do you agree that if 10-year yields start to rise, if people's longer-term inflation expectations and rate expectations rise, that will be the game changer for risk assets?
I think it would, Lisa. That's one of the big reasons why tech had the rally that it had earlier this year, is because of multiple expansion as the 10-year yield was declining. I mean, I do agree that if the 10-year starts to rise, we're now repricing the longer-term inflation expectations. And fortunately, in the United States, what we've been recently repricing is the growth expectations. That's what drove the 10-year yield from 3.4 to 3.7%. But to the extent that the 10-year starts to rise because, all of a sudden the inflation expectations start to become more entrenched, that would certainly cause a problem for risk assets. And, to kind of go back to the point, Lisa, you were making about the UK CPI, I mean, it is stunningly high, but I also think it kind of showcases how the Fed has actually done a good job of getting ahead of the curve finally. I mean, if you look at the UK, you've got the inflation rate at 8.7% and their Fed funds rate equivalent of 4.5%. Now, that means that the rate is below the rate of inflation. That's not the case anymore in the United States. And the Fed at 5.25%, 5.5%, that's over and above the core PCE inflation of 4.7%. So that, to me, really sort of demonstrates that the Fed actually has finally done a good job of getting ahead. And I think that notion will give the Fed the opportunity to pause over time. And for investors, global, seeking to allocate to global equities, that's why they're going to continue to prioritize U.S. equity.
Well, we will hear from Chair Powell. He will be in the hot seat today. He is heading to Capitol Hill. His semi-annual testimony before the House kicking off in about 52 minutes' time. This is President Biden's Fed nominees are set to face the Senate Banking Committee as part of their confirmation process. Joining us with the intel and the prepared testimony so far, Bloomberg's Michael McKee here on set. Michael, what have we learned from the testimony? What are we expecting to hear?
We haven't really learned anything, Lisa, because as the late, great Yogi Berra once said, maybe, it's deja vu all over again. Basically, a cut and paste job of his opening statement at the news conference last week, in which he promised the Fed is going to do more, maybe. Here's the key quote. Inflation pressures continue to run high, and the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go. And he cites a tight labor market, a very tight labor market, inflation well above their longer run 2% goal. They are seeing some tightening affecting rate-sensitive sectors, but the extent of the effects remains uncertain, and he promises they'll make decisions meeting by meeting, which leaves open this question. Will the Fed be raising rates? Will they raise in July? Do they raise in September? What do they do since they don't know what's going to happen to the economy? You can see the change in the dot plot here. The yellow is the new, the white the old, and on the far left there is how much they have moved up. Now that's what comes out in the summary of economic projections, what each individual member thinks is going to happen. But there's still a lot of people who think that don't need necessarily to go much higher. So the job of members of Congress today is to try to tease out from Jay Powell whether they do indeed plan to raise rates, and if so, when, and how high does he think they are going to go. Of course, he doesn't want to tell them that, so it's going to be an interesting standoff, and we'll see what they have to say.
Michael McKee, thank you. And of course, one of the key questions will be how much do people actually care? Anastasia Amoroso and Brian Weinstein still with us. So, Anastasia, I pose that question to you. Are you paying attention to any of this, or has this moved into the background, especially as the Fed doesn't have any better intel on inflation and the path of what paradigm we're in right now than any of the rest of us?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we have to pay attention to the Fed because, to the extent that they've become a tailwind to valuations, that can flip very quickly. And if the Fed goes back into more meaningful tightening mode, it can become a headwind to tech valuations. But the reality is between now and July, the Fed is going to be watching every single data point. And I expect that the probability of a rate hike is going to be all over the place between now and then. But I think some of the key variables that will ultimately have them decide whether they're going to hike or not will be things just indicating the strength of the U.S. economy. So, let's say inflation is continuing to, move to the downside, but you've got payrolls that are still coming in strong. You've still got wage growth that's running over 4%. If you have the GDP for the second quarter continuing to track at 1.8% or higher, I think they're going to look at that and say, well, that tells us the U.S. economy is strong enough for us to hike in July. So I am paying attention, of course, to the data points and the Fed. But again, what's most encouraging to me from the sustainability of the rally perspective is that the U.S. economy continues to surprise to the upside.
Brian, to that point, how concerning was it from the Fed's vantage point that we saw housing data yesterday that was incredibly strong? The one area that was supposedly interest rate sensitive, that was supposed to be on the decline, actually seeing a resurgence.
Yeah, fascinating data point, and we have to see more to figure that one out. But if you look at, on one side, initial jobless claims starting to tick higher, which is always a bad sign. And then you look at housing, which is supposed to be interest rate sensitive, and it seems to be much more resilient than anyone expected. To your previous question, the Fed, I think, wants to be in the background. They don't know what to do. They're not giving us anything new. They could give us another data point to look at. They could use the balance sheet as a tool to steepen the yield curve if they wanted more risk premium. They're not doing anything. So I think it's hard to look at the Fed for signs. We need to look at the data. We need to look at earnings. And so what does the Fed hike in July or not? I don't know that it matters so much, except as a signaling mechanism. The 25 basis points isn't the problem. It's whether or not they're right? To Mohammed El-Arian's point, if this is a resurgence in growth and inflation is sticky, it's going to look like a giant mistake, and we just won't know for a while. So we need to let the markets sort this out and see some more data.
Both of you are sticking with us, Anastasia Amoroso and Brian Weinstein. Now let's take a look at what's moving ahead of the opening bell here. Abigail Doolittle is joining us here. Abby.
Well, Lisa, with the futures down modestly, we do have one big stock that is dragging, and right now that's NVIDIA after its 200% run this year, with the year not even halfway through. Some analysts are protesting. In fact, Lynx Equity Securities saying that the rally is overdone too far, too fast, that it's not sustainable. If this analyst is right and the parabolic uptrend collapses on itself, it will come back out of that $1 trillion club. Coinbase Global is up 2.6%, popping with Bitcoin, but they're also wanting to enlist Congress to pass crypto laws that could, in fact, impact their fight with the SEC. And then FedEx down 3%. The parcel company gave a 2024 forecast that is below analyst expectations. The fourth quarter revenue lag consensus, tough macro overall, kind of a messy quarter, and the third one in a row. Lisa, that stock down 3%.
Abigail, thank you so much. Coming up, Western allies commit to further economic support of Ukraine.
Recovery is about laying the foundation for Ukraine to thrive as a secure, independent country, fully integrated with Europe, connected to markets around the world.
That conversation coming up next as leaders meet in Europe to discuss the rebuilding of Ukraine following the conflict. This is Bloomberg.
Sports and money. They've always gone together.
But never before have sports been so massively influential and as lucrative as they are today.
NFL, NBA, none of them were what they are today when they were born.
There's leagues that are being thought of and built every day.
New teams, new leagues, new business models, even entirely new sports.
I never in a million years would have thought this is what my life would be like.
We set out to find what's happening and what's about to happen at the nexus of business, sports, and culture.
Getting involved from a business perspective was something that was very natural and an easy transition for me.
From the pickleball courts of Arizona,
to the kabaddi tournaments in India,
to the cornhole boards at your local tailgate. This is what's next in sports.
for Daybreak Europe. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, trying to open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
And welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
Today, I'm announcing that with the support of the United States Congress, we will provide more than $1.3 billion in additional aid to help Ukraine. We're going to invest over $520 million to help Ukraine overhaul its energy grid, more than half of which, as you've heard, has been destroyed by Russia. And in so doing, make it cleaner, make it more resilient, make it more integrated with Europe.
Western leaders pledging their continued assistance at the opening of the Ukraine Recovery Conference. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak unveiling a framework for private investors to underwrite reconstruction efforts, calling it a, quote, huge step forward towards helping insurers to underwrite investments into Ukraine, removing one of the biggest barriers and giving investors the confidence they need to act. Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken pledging an additional $1.3 billion in assistance to help rebuild Ukraine. Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo joining us now with more. Maria, it is sort of odd to be talking about the reconstruction of Ukraine at a time when, by all reports, it seems like the conflict is accelerating. Can you pair these two realities?
Yes, and it is a difficult one because we know that on the ground the fighting continues, and as you say, it has probably accelerated because of this counteroffensive with the Western allies today in London. The UK is hosting this conference. What they argue, however, is that the job is so big you have to start preparing already for it, and we've seen new money today promised by the United States, the UK too, and that is on top of the 50 billion euros that were promised yesterday by the European Union until 2027. The issue here, well, there's two. One is they all say we stand with Ukraine. We want this to be a democratic country, vibrant democracy, and a strong economy. But the problem is, if you're still fighting a war, how can you do that? And also, when you look at the assurances and the security that companies want to see, well, they want to see a very clear security framework for the country. And that is not obvious either, because Ukraine still believes they will one day join NATO, but that is not clear by any means. So the security guarantees, that is also very connected to the economic security of the country. But the answer as to what that consensus looks like, that is still very much up for debate.
Maria, just quickly here, how much are European leaders in particular counting on the rebuilding of Ukraine to inject a new leg of growth in their economy?
Look, it could be, and remember, Ukraine has also applied for membership of the European Union, so this is very tight. This is their big aspiration when it comes to foreign policy, to one day join NATO, but also politically and economically entered the European Union, which usually then follows joining the euro area, and that means also the euro. But this is a long way to go, and we should be very clear. This is a very long journey for countries, especially in the condition of Ukraine, fighting a war to join the European Union. At this point, could this be a growth accelerator for the European Union? The reality is, it is not. Could it be one day? That depends on how the war goes. But for the time being, the European Union is clear. They themselves now have to help Ukraine. And we go back to that 50 billion euro plan that was announced yesterday.
Maria Tadeo, thank you so much. And we'll be catching up with you over the next 24 hours with your fabulous conversation on deck from the Prime Minister of Ukraine. Still with us, Anastasia Amoroso and Brian Weinstein. Very glad to have you back to talk also about the European question at a time where the ECB clearly has more work to do. And there does seem to be resilience there. Brian, do you feel that this is an area worth investing in, even in some of the riskier securities, because of the promise of growth that has been more resilient than many people imagined?
Yeah, Europe is always a little bit trickier, but the ECB does seem more hawkish than the Fed. They seem to have a bit of a better handle on their message. I think the counter trend or the thing to worry about there is a little bit China, right? I think the weakness in China is weighing on certainly German growth, which has often been the kind of driver of Europe. So I think there are some cross currents, but we find plenty of risk assets in Europe that we like. We have no issue investing there. Again, with the ECB doing a better job, I do think there are lots of opportunities, and the growth that does seem resilient.
Including AT1 bonds and some potential riskier bank securities in Europe? Brian?
No doubt. I mean, yes, we've played it. We've played at AT1s. I mean, listen, there's a big wake-up call. I think fixed income folks probably were aware of the risk of those securities, but the baby gets thrown out with the bathwater. So there are plenty of great institutions in Europe. It's a very common funding mechanism. There are plenty of bonds out there that you can buy, and so we continue to traffic in AT1s. I mean, not every single one, but it's a place where you'll find us taking risk for sure.
Anastasia, you as well?
I mean, I probably diverge a little bit on this view because I do think whether you look at the UK markets, whether you look at the European markets, you've got central banks that have not quite done enough to bring down inflation when you compare and contrast that to the United States and the Fed. So, and just using UK as an example, because we were thinking about it this morning, you look at the UK market and you've got 60% of the market that's in things like financials and staples and industrials and materials. And those are not likely to be the sectors that lead when you have, close to flat GDP growth. And so I do like parts of the European markets and the UK markets, but I actually think investors may want to look to private equity and private markets in both Europe and the UK. And I say that because, while the indices are still comprised of some of these cyclical older industries, when you look at what the private equity managers are investing in, they are investing in growth. They're investing in tech, whereas tech is only 1.8% of the UK benchmark. But those private equity managers are investing in TMT and SaaS, software as a service, and new age industrials. So I actually think for investors that don't want to give up on the region, nor should we, I would look to private markets as an interesting opportunity here.
Brian, do you agree that private markets hold that kind of promise?
We continue to see great demand in private credit, and yeah, sure. In Europe, it's a little bit more fragmented, a little bit more it's more difficult because you have to actually understand the jurisdictions, all the places you're in. But yes, we love private credit and private equity. There's plenty of growth in Europe, and I do agree the UK is a unique case. That economy seems to be struggling with unique growth pressures, along with unique inflation pressures, and maybe of the three central banks we've mentioned, the one with the weakest message. So that might be a place where there'll be opportunity, but it's a bit more volatile. But we love private markets, lots of opportunity there. By the way, the public loan market in the US and Europe actually has not gotten a lot of love this year. It's been out of vogue. So there are actually some public loan opportunities that investors can access as well.
Anastasia Amoroso, Brian Weinstein, both of you, thank you so much for being with us this morning. Coming up, the morning calls, and later, Patrick Frazzetti of Rose Advisors at Hightower joins us around the opening bell. We are seeing a softening ahead of the open. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. We're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority.
now for our morning calls. We'll look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. First up, BMO Capital upgrading Adobe to outperform with a price target of $570, seeing the company gaining new users through generative AI. Next up, Oppenheimer raising its price target on Uber to $65 from $55, keeping an outperform rating. The analyst citing increased confidence in the company's consumer tailwinds. And finally, Wedbush raising its price target on Chipotle to $2,300 from $2,200, keeping an outperform rating. The analyst viewing a margin expectations as conservative. Right now, conservative expectations for the open as both the NASDAQ and S&P lower ahead. You could see led by the NASDAQ down 0.4%. Patrick Frizzetti up next. This is Bloomberg.
I've always been a person who's just been attracted to hair. I like to sit and think and theorize how I can manifest these visions that I have for braiding, and how I can take something that may seem like it's a line drawing in my mind and apply that to someone's scalp.
We are the only culture that has hair that grows out of our head the way that it does. Anyone from the African diaspora is born with this amazingly curly hair that can be shaped into a variety of different ways of expression.
I want Black people to love themselves for how they naturally appear, and also to appreciate the cultural practices such as braiding that our ancestors have practiced for centuries.
News breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
On the AI question, what we don't really see is Apple doing a knee-jerk response and moving into the domain of generative AI.
Supporters of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan celebrating late into the night, dancing and singing.
We have a fundamental reassessment of everybody's capacity within OPEC. Should we talk about $95 and $100 oil again? Not for a while.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
From New York City,
in London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching. You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
This is Bloomberg.
Are we seeing the beginnings of a pause in some of the AI enthusiasm that's really driven an incredible rally? NASDAQ down 0.4% ahead of the open, which might mark, if it lasts, the second straight day of losses after 8 straight weekly gains. We see S&P futures lower by 0.3%. Over in the bond space, you are seeing a bit of yields higher across the board, particularly on the front end, but even on the long end. 3.77% rounded up on the 10-year. A bit of euro strength, but that's really been fluctuating pretty much flat. Crude also flat, trying to get a handle on how to position ahead of a Fed chair who is going to take the helm in the House to try to discuss what the path forward is for Fed policy. One stock to watch at the open certainly is FedEx, certainly following their earnings call yesterday. The shipping giant's fourth quarter sales missed estimates. 2024 forecast also falling short. Executives saying operating results, quote, declined due to lower global volumes, partially offset by decreased expenses and higher U.S. domestic yields. Joining us now, Abigail Doolittle. Abigail.
Well, Lisa, yeah, a bit of a messy quarter here, and it, of course, has to do with the fallback coming out of the pandemic, because during the pandemic there was a shipping boom as folks were buying everything online, all of those shipping services needed. Not so much. Now, the company right now is really trying to avoid what they did last year, which was withdraw their full year earnings forecast. So in 2022, the CEO came in and implemented, a new CEO came in and implemented a $4 billion savings plan. That is still the case, and now they're trying to look to save another $2 billion. So they've actually cut 29,000 U.S. jobs over the past year. And as you mentioned, the 2024 profit outlook, you know, it's fallen short of analysts' expectations. Some analysts, including Morgan Stanley, saying that they expect the demand to continue to be weak as folks really aren't buying as much online. The stock, interestingly, is well off of last year's lows, but not surprisingly, it's still off the recent peak by about 26%, as investors are not convinced that this company is quite out of the woods in terms of being able to deal with a normalization of its shipping business coming out of the pandemic, Lisa.
Well said, Abigail. Thank you so much. Sticking with FedEx, Evercore ISI lowering its price target on the stock to $275 from $282. The analyst citing earnings guidance below expectations with, quote, flat to low single-digit revenue growth, representing a cautious macro backdrop. Turning to tech, Microsoft CEO set to appear in court this week to fight for the company's Activision Blizzard takeover deal. The Federal Trade Commission arguing the acquisition will hurt market competition. Microsoft saying, quote, this deal means more choice for gamers, a fact that only becomes clearer the more you look at the case. Katie Greifeld has more, our preeminent gaming expert. Katie, what do you have?
Big time. Well, Microsoft and Activision, both CEOs heading to court in California this week. The 5-day hearing kicks off in San Francisco tomorrow over, as you said, the FTC's effort to block this $69 billion deal. Just to set the scene here, should this go through, should Microsoft acquire Activision, it would instantly become the third largest game maker in the globe. So as such, you have the FTC arguing that this deal is going to hurt competition, particularly when it comes to console and cloud gaming markets. So in addition to Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, we're also expected to see both the CFOs of Microsoft and Activision appear in court. And it's unclear when we're actually going to get a ruling. It could come as soon as this hearing wraps up. But remember, the deadline to close this deal is July 18th. So the clock is definitely ticking here, Lisa.
Katie, thank you so much. Turning to electric vehicles, Barclays analysts saying Tesla shares have rallied, quote, too far, too fast, thanks to the AI frenzy and the excitement around its supercharger network. The analyst writing, quote, while we aren't surprised that the stock has participated in the rally, we believe it is prudent to move to the sidelines. Ed Ludlow here with us for more. Ed.
Yeah, good morning, Lisa. Dan Levy calls the rally too sharp. He notes that the May's 24% gain and June's 35% gain were driven by two catalysts, as you note. One, the broader frenzy around artificial intelligence and Tesla's prospects in that respect. And more recently, in the month of June, the domino effect of Ford, General Motors, Rivian, and the charging companies all pivoting to the North American charging standard technology, Tesla's technology, for charging. So Dan Levy writing, it's prudent to sit on the sidelines for now. Curiously, though, he raises his price target on the stock to $260 from $220, noting that the factors that comprise their 2030 call and the multiples that they assess this stock on are changing and expanding. In other news, Cars.com has put out its American-made ranking of US vehicles, Lisa, and Tesla's Model Y, Model 3, Model X, and Model S take spots 1 through 4, respectively. It's the second time that's happened. Not doing too much to support the stock. We're down or basically flat, but still trading near September highs.
And still up some gazillion percent so far this year. Ed, thank you so much. It's a different story for Spotify, the streaming platform getting an upgrade to outperform by Wolf Research. This, as it reportedly plans a new premium tier with high-fidelity audio and expanded options for certain subscribers. Sounds expensive and something that my household may end up with. Isabel Lee joining us now with more. Isabel, what's the latest?
Hi, Lisa. This more expensive subscription premium is internally dubbed as Supremium. So it's expected to launch this year, at least in non-US markets. So this, of course, is in a bid to improve the revenue of the company as investors appease the company to increase its subscription prices. Profitability profitability has been the name of the game in Spotify. The company has been trying to increase its profits. This year, it reduced its headcount. It also has been letting high-profile podcast deals last and also has been looking to sublease its New York office. Spotify first announced this product in 2021, but it put it on the shelf and delayed the rollback when Amazon Music and Apple Music also launched the same product for free. So that's really fierce competition in that space. Still, there's optimism in the future. Wolf did upgrade Spotify to outperform with a 21% increase in price target, and Bloomberg Intelligence calls the new feature clever. Year to date, Spotify has gained around 100%. Lisa.
Isabel, thank you so much. Patrick Fuzzetti of Rose Advisors at Hightower playing defense in this market, writing, quote, expect some pressure in markets the months ahead as the market prices in more rate hikes. Gold has done well during deflationary and inflationary periods where there is sovereign credit risk. I believe we have that risk today. Patrick Fuzzetti, I am so pleased to say, joining us now. Patrick, before we get to gold, and that perhaps it does present the best defensive bet right now, what do you view big tech as defensive, that trade? Do you view that as having any credence?
I really don't, because what's driving big tech today is AI. And you look, it's actually expanded beyond big tech of late, because the number of mentions that artificial intelligence that were never mentioned before by many, many companies is now starting to come up in many calls. And I think we'll hear a lot more about it in this coming earnings season. So I don't give that much credence that, big tech is more defensive, because it's just driven on this recent narrative of AI.
How much, I don't want to say hate, but how much pushback do you get at a time when the market is rallying, when you say you kind of have to be conservative, I'm going to stick with that, look at the flashing signs, this isn't going to end well? How much do you get people calling you and saying, really, are we still doing this?
So I do get pushback, but if you take a longer term view, I think we can be comfortable. It's not that I avoid all tech. It's just that, I don't subscribe to this narrative that's been, overtaking the market, when the market is very, very top heavy, right? It's driven by 7 to 10 stocks. That's what driven all the performance this year. I'm looking at many other signals that I think, create some headwinds for not only the economy, but the market, in the coming months.
Like what?
So look, when we think about demand in the economy, so let's not conflate the two things. So I'm going to start with demand. When we look at student loans, those are starting up again. They're right now. They haven't been making payments for the past 3 years, and so those payments can be starting at anywhere from $300. I've seen numbers as high as $500 or $600 a month. That's going to curtail consumer spending. Furthermore, I look at things like new auto sales, the loans on new auto sales now, 17% of new loans are $1,000 or greater per month in terms of payments. So that curtails spending at the end of the day. And I think that that's going to be an issue for the economy in the coming months.
One thing that you noted in your research was a dependence on this idea that rate hikes are going to curtail some of the enthusiasm. And we've been talking all morning about how a significant amount of hikes have been baked into the market actually over the past couple of months. And there hasn't been a response. There hasn't been a sell-off in risk assets. Some people view this as reason to continue to go into risk assets, that they are less susceptible to a sell-off driven by rate hikes. And other people say that, again, it's the ostrich syndrome, stick your head in the sand. Why do you think that it probably is more the latter than the former?
Well, look, I guess people just don't believe the Fed, perhaps. I mean, the Fed has been very consistent in their messaging, and it sounds like we'll hear more from Powell this week, but it sounds like there will be, more interest rate hikes, at least before the end of the year. And I believe them. And so I think that is something that the market has to be prepared for, and it is not pricing in now. And you can see that with this rally in AI. It's pushing it to the side and it's ignoring it. And I think that that's going to be an issue. And that's why, I think you should have an approach where you can be more defensive. It's not to avoid everything. It's not to take no market risk. It's just that you have to be cautious in these times, because you cannot time the market.
So let's talk about how you're defensive. How much have you increased your allocation to gold, considering that you view that as one area that will outperform?
Yeah, so we've owned gold now for the past 3 years or so, mainly driven by just thinking about the debasement of the dollar. You own gold because you want to hedge against the debasement of the dollar, or more importantly, and you mentioned this earlier in my notes, that people are worried about sovereign credit risk, and that's the thing that I worry about, and that's why we hold it. We've continued to add gold, throughout the interest rate cycle. Increasing in early 2022, we've continued to add to it. We still hold a position, and just look at the performance of gold. You wouldn't think that it would go up in the face of rising real interest rates, and that's because there's a fear that there's a sovereign credit risk out there, and that is something that I think is very real.
When you talk about sovereign credit risk, I suspect you're talking about the U.S. in particular, if that's a sort of offset to the dollar. How much are you trying to shift away from the U.S. despite some of the tech rally, especially if you don't believe it can continue?
Well, we have some international exposure, but it's not so much the U.S. I actually think you could have a situation, when you look at the balance of payments across different countries, different economies, I think that could create a sovereign credit issue away from the U.S. And then you could have a big issue. With the U.S., it's the fact that we have to issue $1 trillion after the debt ceiling passed, we have to issue $1 trillion in new debt in the next 3 to 4 months. And that's what's going to create pressure, I think, on the dollar over the next 3 or 4 months.
As you position some sort of allocation strategy that is defensive, still invested, but not defensive, can you talk about the 60-40 concept and how you're either depending on it or throwing it out and kind of betting on a new paradigm?
Yeah, I mean, the 60-40 thing, if you think of the 40% as being, long-term bonds, I think you can throw that out. But I think you want to have some balance. You can get a real return now in the bond market, and I think that is something that people should allocate to. We've held some cash, over the last few months as well, and I think that that's also important because you can get a return on cash. But then, having an allocation to stocks, to income-producing real estate, to real assets, that's all going to be very important in the years ahead. Just to summarize, we've been in a 40-year disinflationary environment, and this inflation that we've been experiencing doesn't go away in the matter of a year or 2 years.
You talk about how longer-term treasuries, for example, is not going to be a ballast for the portfolio. That's a pretty significant shift. How do you then pair that with the idea of real estate, with the idea of all the other instruments that are tied to those longer-term interest rates?
Well, with real estate, I think the best real estate investors fixed a lot of their liabilities over the last few years. I think if you were smart, they did that, and so I think you can have some advantage there. But look, anywhere where I think you have long-term interest rate risk, I think will be an issue for investors, I think, in the months, years ahead.
Patrick Frazzetti, thank you so much for being with us. Really a pleasure to hear your thoughts. Right now, we are about 13 minutes into the open, and we are seeing the softness persist for a second straight day, deeper than yesterday, led by the NASDAQ, actually about the same with the NASDAQ and the S&P, both lower by in and around 3 to 4, 40 basis points lower. Russell 2000 continuing to get less love, and this is going to be one of the big questions as we head toward the second half of the year. How much do we see a broadening out of some of the rally that has really been much more focused on a couple of names? Coming up, Tesla CEO Elon Musk, one of those names, teasing more international expansion, this time in India.
I'm actually incredibly excited about the future of India. I think India has more promise than any large country in the world. I'm tentatively planning to visit India again next year.
That conversation coming up next. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
On the next episode of The Circuit.
So yeah, here we are at Dolores Park.
I mean, you've been doing this like 15 years.
Yeah.
15 years. That's a long time.
This is a long time.
Does it ever
in tech standards?
Does it ever get like lonely at the top?
Oh yeah. You can have all the money in the world, all the success in the world, but the thing that makes most people happy is just connections and relationships.
Watch The Circuit with Emily Chang Thursdays, 10 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Television, or 8 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg.com or the Bloomberg app on connected TVs.
We've invested more than $10 million in our employees over the past year, and we're going to continue to invest more. We're testing 4-day work weeks to help, especially our working parents kind of juggle that balance between childcare and your work. I know I deal with that all the time. This is really a people-first company. Even in an inflationary environment, you're going to see us continue to lead with our people.
Do you worry at all about a price wage spiral, not just here, but in the industry, in the economy?
Yes, and I think that this is something that many business leaders are focused on, and time will tell kind of how all of this lands.
I think the wage price spiral continues for quite some time, and I think we probably have been a lot less aggressive than we can be, and than many other companies have been.
In terms of raising prices?
Yes, we've taken our time. If you look at a 20-year history of pricing in this company, we've taken about 2% a year on average. We've never taken what we could. We've always taken what we should. We have to pay people more. We have been and will continue to do so. We'll take a little bit of a margin compression on that as we've had to, and I think that's the right thing so that for the long term, Shake Shack continues to be what we're building, which is the next generation's burger joint.
How did Jeff Bezos realize you could sell anything on the internet?
The web was growing at something like 2,300% a year. Anything growing that fast is going to be big.
Why did Bill Gates create Control-Alt-Delete?
Kind of become the poster child of, hey, couldn't you have made this stuff a little simpler?
And what inspired Diane von Furstenberg to create the wrap dress?
The wrap dress created me.
On the David Rubenstein Show, I uncover the untold stories of the world's most successful leaders, right here on Bloomberg.
I am a fan of Modi, so I have to say that. He really cares about India because he's pushing us to make significant investments in India, which it is something that we intend to do, and we're just trying to figure out the right timing.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk meeting with Indian Prime Minister Modi yesterday about potential investment in the world's most populous country. Musk telling reporters, quote, "I'm confident that Tesla will be in India and will do so as soon as humanly possible. It's quite likely that there will be a significant investment, a relationship with India." His meeting with Modi coming after Musk was courted in recent weeks by other world leaders. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow back with us for more. Ed, it seems like it's the global tour with Elon Musk. Why now?
Yeah. The thing is, the emphasis in that soundbite from Elon Musk, it is Modi pushing for the investments, and that's kind of the commonality in all the meetings that Musk has had with world leaders. They want him in their country, and Musk and Tesla hold their cards close to their chest. As he said in that soundbite, Tesla doesn't want to jump the gun on an announcement, but they do feel they'll make a significant investment in India at some point and be present in India. It's worth noting the Bloomberg reporting on what's happened in the last year. Talks between Tesla and India essentially restarted in May after having been on hold for a year because Musk and Modi's administration had some policy differences on the right way of entering a new market, which maybe we can dig into.
Well, yeah, and I do think that that's important to know. So what is exactly the considerations, especially at a time when the rally in Tesla shares has been one of the significant drivers, frankly, year to date in U.S. equities? I'm just doing the calculation right now, and we have seen a 122% rally in Tesla shares. Ed, what is the frugality? What is the logic between where to expand?
It sounds on that basis like Tesla's not valued as a car company, but it is a car company in the first instance. And so what happened a year ago in May 2022 is Musk was asked why he would enter India or why he hadn't. And he basically said that they will only be in a country where they're allowed to sell and service cars. The Modi administration did not want Tesla importing vehicles from the Shanghai plant Tesla did not want a heavy tax or levy on those vehicles because India's average household income is different to that of the United States, right? They wanted to test out the market with sort of reasonably priced vehicles that were not amplified by the impact of taxes. The Modi administration kind of went a step further and said, look, you've got to build them here. So now, as Bloomberg's reported, the talks kind of center around local sourcing of components and what that would look like. And it's kind of a chicken and egg situation, but very positive. And you will note, Lisa, that since that meeting last night, both Modi, who is a big tweeter himself, and Elon Musk have tweeted at each other to share their respects after the meeting.
Such a Twitter love fest. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, we are less than 15 minutes, more about 10 minutes away from Fed Chair Jay Powell taking the helm at the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. Back with us is Michael McKee of Bloomberg. Can you give us a sense of what to expect today versus tomorrow when he heads before the Senate?
Well, today will be the newsmaking day because it's the first day of questioning, and it's the day he delivers his opening statement, which, as we have noted, doesn't contain anything new. But members of Congress will be asking him about basically all the same issues that we'll hear tomorrow in the Senate. Where is inflation going? What's the possibility of recession? And when and if are you going to raise interest rates, and by how much? But the House tends to throw in more political questions as well. I would expect some on the budget deficit. Does he think that the budget deficit's out of control? Do we have to cut spending? Other sort of social policy, fiscal policy questions that, as usual, the Fed chair will decline to answer.
Mike, we talk about the politics of the Fed and how much pushback he might get about the goal of raising unemployment, of really loosening the labor market. How much do we expect to hear that tenor today based on the issue of inflation that still is a preeminent concern?
Well, I would be surprised if we didn't hear about it, but I would expect more tomorrow from the Senate because you have some people who've made that something of a crusade, and I'm thinking of Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts in particular. She has argued that the Fed set a goal of throwing people out of work instead of just suggesting that unemployment might rise because of interest rates. And so she will probably lecture Chairman Powell again tomorrow, and others may join her in that. But I don't think that it's going to be something that is a major feature of either hearing.
Mike, thanks so much. Let's take a quick look at some of what's getting active in the equity market. Bloomberg's Abby Doolittle parsing through. Abby, what do you have your eye on?
Well, not surprisingly here, Lisa, with the S&P 500 down for a third day in a row and right now down about 0.4%. Most sectors are lower, led by communication services down nearly 0.9%. We do have two sectors up modestly. Energy up by about 0.3%. Energy up ever so slightly. Let's take a look, though, at over the last 4 days because we have the SOX, that chip index, sliding. And this, of course, as you're discussing this possibility that the AI bubble or the AI mania could see some kind of consolidation. Well, they're starting at least.
Abigail, thank you so much. Coming up, the market-moving events that you need to be watching. That's next in our Trading Diary. This is Bloomberg.